What up, lifers? 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 Man, we in the building. It's Dave Life. It's Dave Life. You're watching Dave Life After Dark. Dave Life After Dark, the After Dark podcast. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're with us tonight. So I want to say thank you, man. Tonight we're going to get into the election and the election results. But let's start this off like we always do, the right way. Heavenly Father, have your way, Lord. I pray that you would speak to your people. I pray that you would enlighten us, entertain us, and inform us, Lord. I pray less of me and more of you. Let me get out of your way. We turn this mic over to you. Help us have a great conversation tonight. Forgive us of our sins that we've committed by commission and by omission. Charge it to our head and not our hearts. We ask you all these things in Jesus' name. Amen, amen, and amen. What up, man? Special edition of the After Dark podcast. Y'all see it, man. Y'all see it tonight. We talking about the election. Let me turn this up a little bit. My mic sound nice. Check one. My mic sound nice. Check two. Tonight we talking about the election results. We're going to get into it, man. We're going to cover it. We're going to see what's happening. We're going to look at the polls, look at the results. I know it's a lot happening right now. Got started a little bit late today. My apologies. But I wanted to get us going. Shout out to everyone that's watching. If you want to support Dave Life After Dark and Dave Life TV, make sure you hit us on Venmo at Dave Life. Hit us on Venmo at Dave Life. Hit us on Cash App at $ Dave Life TV. Venmo at Dave Life, Cash App $ Dave Life TV. I want you to get your drink of choice and pull up because we're going to sit here and talk. And I want feedback tonight. I want y'all to make sure you tell me how you feel about the results. This is a live feedback show. So I'm asking that you be respectful, that you let me know how you feel, and be camera ready, man. Jump on the show. Straight up. Jump on the show. Jump on the show, man. Let me know how you're feeling. I'm going to forward this. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend that we are live. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend that we are live. And if you want to support the After Dark podcast, support your boy Dave, you can hit us on Cash App and on Venmo. All tips are appreciated. It helps up with production costs. All right, let me make sure everybody has the link that needs the link. You know what? All right, I see a few people watching. We got a few people watching. I see y'all. Shout out to Twitter and everything. Shout out to Twitter. Shout out to YouTube. Oh yeah, we live. We live on Twitter. We live on YouTube. We live on Facebook. We live on the gram. Let me see who's over here on the gram. Oh yeah, shout out everybody watching on the gram, man. All right, let's look at these results. Let's see what's popping. There it is. All right, y'all. Appreciate y'all. We here. We are live in the building. I could just start off what I said earlier, but I know we need to get to the real numbers. Because the real numbers are live and happening right now. The real numbers are live and happening right now. Let me let my peeps know that we live in the building. In fact, while I'm informing people that we're live, man, we're gonna go straight to showing some numbers. All right, it looks like MSNBC is discussing this. As a matter of fact, I think I will kind of take y'all down the path. Let's see. Let's go with this one. Okay. Take y'all down the path. All right. So earlier today, there was a couple of results that came out, and I'll kind of run you through some of those results. First of all, let's start with voting. Voter protection hotlines. These hotlines are here for if there's any issues with the people that are voting. I know that voting is still open in California until 8 p.m. It is late out here on the West Coast. It's about 6:30 Pacific. So people are still voting on the West Coast. Make sure that if you have any issues with voting, these are your voter. This is the voter protection hotline. It shows it on every single state. I will zoom in so we can read it better. All right, I'll just kind of leave it here. These are the voter protection hotline numbers. National hotline is 833-336-8683. And I will slowly scroll down so you can see this and see all of your states. Call these numbers if you have an issue with voting. Call these numbers if you have an issue with voting. They'll help you out. They protect the vote. A lot of voter fraud, voter intimidation, things like that happen across the country. So it is important that you get the support you need. All right. And this is from votesaveamerica.com. Votesaveamerica.com. Second of all, hey man, this is the flyer for tonight's show. I want y'all to get out there and vote. Get out there and vote. You see, we got Kamala and Waltz. We got Trump down there. We even put Obama and Biden up there to remind y'all of the current administration, the influence of people that's been out there. And you see your boy Dave. I voted. So make sure y'all get out and vote. The other thing I want you guys to notice here is the times for the polling places. Let's zoom in here. Polling places. A lot of places are closed at 7 p.m. local time. Some stay open until 8 p.m. So I'll leave that here. I'll leave that up for now. You can see California closes at 8 p.m. Georgia. Let me see. People are reaching out. Hey, I'm glad y'all are watching on Facebook. That's what's up. Georgia closes at 7 p.m. So Georgia already closed. They're tallying those votes. Votes have come in for Kentucky and other states. Looks like some of the states that had issues earlier with bomb threats, some of them may stay open late. Some of them may stay open late. So I don't know if you guys heard about the bomb threats and stuff that happened. This was kind of wild. Did y'all hear about the bomb threats? They said some bomb threats happened in Georgia. By the way, pour up your drink of choice. I think it's gonna be a long night. It looks like as a lot of elections do, tally's coming in early, and it kind of indicates one thing, but we all know that things can happen late. So hold on here. Let me forward this to my people. I want my people to know that we're live. Where's it at? Okay. Oh yeah, they got watch parties. They got watch parties all over. Okay, so this is the link to watch. Link to watch. And then I'm going to send a link to join. Hey, listen, if y'all want to join, if y'all got reactions early, tell me. Tell me. We're going to open this up. And in fact, tell me where you're at. Put in the comments where you're watching from. I see y'all on Twitter. Put in the comments where you're watching from. I see Facebook is on board too. Shout out to Facebook and Twitter. Let me go back to this so I can let you guys know. All right, these are the places, the times for voting. All right, boom. These are the times. That's the link to watch. And I can send people the link to vote. I don't know if you guys remember, but in 2020, this is how it broke down. Okay, this is the Electoral College. This is how the votes were cast in the last election in 2020. And if you remember, Trump ended up with 232. Biden ended up with 306. You need 270 to win. You need 270 to win. So this is how it broke out in 2020. So hope you guys can see that. That's how it broke out in 2020. Oh, there you go. See that a little bit better. That was the breakout in 2020. The red states went to Trump, Republican. The blue states went to Biden, Democrat. 306 to 232. Now, what you guys may not remember is that it took a while to tally all the votes. It took a while to tally all the votes. So I want you to know that we may not have a final number tonight. We may not have a final number tonight. I want y'all to be prepared for there to go on. They said that it took 4 days to tally all the votes, or 5 days. So I think in 2020 we had the pandemic going on, and we were just coming, trying to get out of COVID. And if I remember correctly, they said it took 5 days. So votes were coming in on Tuesday. I think it wasn't certified. The counting wasn't complete until Saturday. And then you have to go and get the votes certified. So just be prepared that this process may take a while. And I know the numbers are coming in hot and heavy. I know that. So here is what I was able to capture earlier in the evening. And I think it starts here. Yeah. So I'll get myself out of the way. Here's my invite link. Gotta make sure. Now, this is early in the evening. Please notice in the top right-hand corner. 4:16 p.m. I took this screenshot at 4:16 p.m. Trump and Harris took their first states. Trump got the majority of the votes in Indiana, and therefore they're projecting him to win Indiana and win the Electoral College votes in Indiana. And he took Kentucky, and Harris took Vermont. And I'm just going to be flipping back and forth between the states. So if you can look, Kentucky is 8 Electoral College votes. At least it was in 2020. And Indiana's 11. So he would get 8 and 11. So he'd already be at 29. And then Vermont, looks like it was 3. So, the numbers were starting off slow and low, right? That was at 4:16 p.m. Yeah, can you guys see that pretty good? Okay, it looks like y'all can see that pretty good. Cool. Let me forward this to the next person to join. I gotta make sure my people are in here. We in the building, man. There you go. Let them know we in here live, man. Oh yeah. Election coverage live. Thanks for bearing with me, Lifers. I appreciate y'all. Boom. Back to the coverage. All right, bet. Okay, so that's what it was at 4:16, you guys, this afternoon. Like I said, Trump won Indiana and Kentucky, and Harris won Vermont. Then at 4:55, Trump won West Virginia. Again, that's 4:55 p.m. Up here in the top right-hand corner, 4:55 p.m. Trump won West Virginia. Okay. Just taking y'all through what I was able to pick up before I went live. And West Virginia, looks like that was worth 5. Okay, so it looks like he's at 13. He's at 24 at that point. All right, so he won West Virginia. Next, the next screenshot I took was at 5:02. Bam! Man, Trump started grabbing a bunch of states. Harris started grabbing a bunch of states. And the numbers are going up. I know it's live. I'm getting to it. We're just going to push through this and get through it. All right, so it looks like at 5:02 Pacific Standard Time, Trump had won a couple of states. So I'm gonna bounce in between the 2020 and the 2024. 2024, this is in white, mostly white. The 2020 is in red and blue. So it looks like he took Florida, Alabama, Missouri, Indiana, Tennessee. So if I just jump back, I'm going to see if any of those were blue. So I see Florida was 29. Got a lot of votes from Florida. Alabama was also red. Alabama was 9. Oklahoma was also red. That was 7. Missouri, right next to Illinois, was also red. That was 20. So right now he's holding what he should be holding. All the normal states. I don't think a swing state or a battleground state, which is the same thing. I don't think anything has flipped. Indiana, right next to Illinois on the right hand side, 11. He got Indiana. All right, and it looks like Harris at that point, right under Pennsylvania, is a bunch of those small states. What's that? Is that Jersey? No, that ain't Jersey. It's above. So it looks like Maryland. Looks like Maryland went to. That looks like Maryland. Looks like Maryland right above Virginia there. Looks like that went to Harris. And looks like Maine up here. The 11 for Maine went to Harris. And then what's up there next to New York? New Hampshire, looks like. Yeah, New York, and then yeah, I think that's Vermont and New Hampshire, I believe. Might be a little off there. It's hard to kind of see how they broke it down. Okay, but that was a screenshot at 5:02. Took another one at 5:54, and it looks like it's about the same. Arkansas was added. Arkansas, Bill Clinton's old state. Arkansas, right here in the middle, under Missouri and to the right of Oklahoma. Back in 2020, Arkansas was red. All right, so it looks like Trump is still holding a lot of the Republican red states that he held back in 2020. I don't think anything has flipped yet. Now, that was over an hour and a half. That was over an hour and 40 minutes ago. So things have certainly changed. Let's see where we are live. And I know things have changed. I already know because I saw some of the previews and I was like, yeah, boy. All right, let's look. Boom. All right, let's look at what's happening live. Now, this is a live feed from MSNBC. MSNBC has a live feed on YouTube. So I will tell you right now, this is MSNBC's live feed, and they just have a total loop going. Trump is at 168. Harris is at 81 in terms of the Electoral College votes. Trump is at 168. Harris is at 81. All right. They have some music playing too. So I can just show you if I play the music. Yeah. Election. You know what's happening, man. It's live. This is what our country's all about. 168 to 81. Trump out to a big lead. All right, nationwide, Trump is at 52%. Harris is at 46%. Looks like of the popular vote, 33 million votes in for Trump, 29.9 million in for Harris. But you can see the Electoral College is different than the popular vote. That's super important, y'all. The Electoral College and the number of votes you get from the Electoral College is different than the popular vote. A lot of people in America still don't fully understand that. They say, hey, man, what's up with the Electoral College? Why do we need it? You know, I could win the popular vote, but I could still lose the Electoral College. It's because the Electoral College is based on the number of representatives and senators you have in each state. Let me just go back. That's the live graphic, 168 to 81. So yeah, I mean, Trump is a big lead out in front. Big lead out in front. So congrats to all the Republicans and the Trump. All right. Now, Harris can still come back. Kamala can still come back. Kamala. All right. So let's see what happens with Kamala over here in the next couple of hours. I do believe that she will come back because I still haven't seen anything that is showing me that there's an upset just yet. I don't think I have. All right. So at this hour, the Republicans gained 1 seat in the Senate. They got 44 seats. The Democrats have 34. In the House, the Republicans gained 1 seat. They got 115. Democrats have 74. Now, I want to say this, and this is just Dave talking. Hey, man, as black people, we always doing stuff mad late. Can we be honest? We always doing stuff mad late. As black folks, and I'm saying black folks because I'm black. I know that there are people out there that are not black that vote late. Okay, but I'm just gonna speak for black folks. We always doing some late stuff, man. We always waiting to the last minute. This is why people were like, "Get out early and vote. Get out early and vote," because a person could literally be watching the polls in California and say, "Man, Trump gonna win. I don't want to go. Harris ain't gonna win. I don't want to go. My candidate isn't gonna win. I'm not gonna go." They could literally be saying that. It may not be true because again, you have to bring all of the votes in and you have to count all of the votes. So we always tell people to get out there and vote. And we do stuff late. We do historically, and we need to get ourselves up and out. We do have some people on the ground. Oh, I gotta send this to some people. Um, hey, they out there. Let me see. I'm gonna send this link to a couple. In fact, let me go on back to the thing right quick, y'all. Okay. So live, 185 to 81. So it looks like Trump has taken another state, and I can pull that up. I can pull that up. Did y'all get out and vote yet? How y'all feel about this? Who did you vote for? Put it in the comments. Let me see who's live, man. Let me see who's live. They out there in Georgia, man. In Georgia, they out there. Oh yeah. So it's a live watch party in Georgia. Okay. All right. Sorry, y'all. I was getting a live reaction to a watch party. Okay, let's keep rocking and rolling. I'll try to download that and forward that. Boom. All right, those are downloaded. Live reactions, y'all. Live reactions. Who did you vote for? Who do you think is going to win? Tell me how you feel. Tell me why you think that person is going to win. Shout out to everybody watching on the gram, on Instagram. I see you, Instagram. In fact, I can tell y'all how many people are watching. Okay, everybody. Oh wow, everybody's saying. You know what? We got to get to the live coverage. Let's jump on over here to MSNBC. Let's see what they talking about on MSNBC, y'all. Oh, nope, that's CNBC. And CNBC is talking about money. I want to make sure we're looking at a live feed, you guys. Bear with me. C-SPAN has a live feed. New York News has a live feed. CNN has a live feed. I want to see what CNN talking about. Yeah, so I'm going to just show some of the coverage, you guys. Different places are showing different things. CNN. CNN is showing 154 to 81. CNN is showing one. Sorry about that. I had a little cough there. 154 to 81. That's what they're saying on CNN. $154 to 81. Going back to MSNBC, they're showing 185 to 81. Okay, so it looks like CNN is being a little bit more conservative than MSNBC. Okay. If you remember a few years ago, there was a big controversy about people reporting results too early and calling states too early. So CNN is being a little bit more conservative. MSNBC is being a little bit more liberal with it. They're going out there. They're saying, okay, they're jumping out there. Okay. Let's see what other sites are saying. Let's see. I'm going to look up election 2024 and see what I get. Associated Press. Let's see what they're saying. The Associated Press. This is the Associated Press. Let's listen to the audio. Not much to hear. Okay, so they're counting. Oh, wow. So they have 188 to 99 on this. Looks like, I think this is C-SPAN, I think I said. 188 to 99. Now, I wonder how that compares. See if I see anything that jumps out. So it looks like according to C-SPAN. Oh, I'm sorry, Associated Press. According to the Associated Press, they're saying that Harris is projected to win Illinois. And I think it's darker blue saying that she's won Illinois. All right, so they're saying that Harris is projected to win Illinois, that she's already won Illinois. And yeah, I'm gonna zoom in a little bit, and I'm gonna try to bounce back and forth between that and the one from 2024. Let's see. So this is 2024. If I can keep both of those up, I'll try to keep both up. Okay, it may not let me. All right, so that's 2024. So I guess you guys are going to have to kind of take my word for it, because I can't present both at the same time, at least not the way I have the video set up. All right. So here we have what's happening right now according to the Associated Press. 188 to 99. And if I look at the old map, just glancing at the old map, the Democrats took Illinois. So it looks like Harris is holding Illinois. That's 20 electoral votes. Now, over here in the center, they're saying that the 6-4, this looks like, oh Lord, is that Oklahoma? Oh Lord, don't get me to lying. Oklahoma was 7, okay. And then they have 9-4. Y'all gotta help me with my geography. Is that Utah? That's not Utah. Utah is up here. So would that be Wyoming? Let's find out. Let's go back to MSNBC and see if they'll show us a map. I appreciate y'all for joining. Thanks to everybody for joining. Okay. Yep. They're showing us a map. I was looking for what the state was right here. I know that's Nevada. So what would this one be over here? Y'all let me know. 191. 36 million votes are in for Trump, 32 million in for Harris. Right, so that is what they're showing on C-SPAN, the Associated Press. Let me see if there's another feed. Check out. I'm going to leave up the numbers right now, you guys, for that are being shown by MSNBC. I'm going to see if I can find another feed that'll give me some better audio. Let's see how they're calling this. Latest numbers. Fox 32 Chicago. See if this was live. All right, so Fox 32 Chicago is calling in neck and neck. You know, I'm partial to Chi-Town. That's where I was born and raised. Let me make sure this is live, you guys. Nope. That was showing 12 in the afternoon. I need live. Do I trust the BBC News, the British broadcast? Do I trust BBC News to give me news about America? All right, I'll try it. Let's take a look at this. Let's see what the BBC is talking about.
And they want to do that because Republicans use this as their number one boogeyman issue.
All right, I cannot play that because that music will get me copyrighted. That's definitely Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. But they're saying 162 to 81. 162 to 81. All right, so I mean, no one is saying that Harris has more than 81, so 81 sounds about right. They are waiting results from swing states. Some people are saying, and I saw it on y'all send me links. Send me links on Instagram, send me links in the comments so I can keep up to update information. I know that the Shade Room was saying one thing. I'm not gonna say that I agree or disagree, but I'm just gonna compile the information. So send me the information, you guys. If you want to join the show, if you're watching, let me see who we got in here. We got people watching on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Instagram. So click the link to join. Don't troll. Trolls will be blocked. All right, I'm taking your feedback. Give me your feedback on how this is going. Did you vote? How do you feel? We're here. We're live. All right. All right. Hey, I got some people on the ground. Got some people on the ground at watch parties. Send me links of your watch parties. Shout out to everybody that's watching. All right, let's go back and try to see if we can get some more updated numbers and some commentary. CNN has a little bit of commentary going. Let's see if we get any. Face the Nation. Steve Kornacki. This was earlier today, I believe. Yeah, y'all bear with me. I know this is. I want to make sure we have just the latest information. That's all. All right, NBC News. They got some information.
One, Harris with 81. That's the road to 270.
Well, let's put Nevada up on the map here. It is, as you might expect, too early to call. And if you remember, in 2020, we didn't get a result in Nevada until Saturday, so we could be waiting a while. In fact,
Oh, yes, we remember.
Oh, we remember. You can send your
Don't
mail
even-
ballot.
exactly.
Don't even bring
Don't
it up.
even
They
bring
said
it
that everyone's triggered here. Okay,
Yeah.
Pennsylvania, too close to call. Got to say that was a Saturday call
Pennsylvania,
as well in
too close to
2020. Michigan, too close to call there. Let's see how much vote we've gotten, though, at this hour. Just 16%, so there's a lot of vote to be counted there. We'll move over to the state just nearby, Wisconsin, the other industrial Midwest battleground, 35% in. They are making some progress, but too close to call. Georgia, too close to call, but we are getting to a much higher.
We'll pause it right there. Look at Georgia. Georgia, 79% in. 79% in Georgia. But it's going towards Trump's. They're saying too close to call. 52% going to Trump, 47% to Kamala. The difference is 208,000 votes. Man, I'm telling you, these swing states are super important. Super important. Georgia, where y'all at? Georgia, where y'all at? Are y'all voting? Where you at, Georgia? I know. Atlanta, where y'all at? Cobb, where y'all at? Where y'all at? Let me get my people up here, man. Try to get some people up here. Where are y'all at, Georgia? Are y'all voting? The votes are being tallied, so y'all done already did your part. So let's see how y'all showed up. Let's see how y'all showed up. I'm gonna send this to a few people, man. Let me get my people on. Hey, man, tell a friend and tell a friend and tell a friend that we're live. We out here. I appreciate everybody that does watch the show, the After Dark podcast. I appreciate all of y'all. Let's see who we can get on. I'm telling people to chime in. Let's see how the people want to move. In fact, I'm gonna grab this. Yeah, it's gonna be a good night, y'all. So we just gonna take our time. Appreciate y'all for hanging out. All right, let's go back. Georgia.
Higher number. We can get down into the counties in just a bit with Tom Yamas. He's right over there, North Carolina as well, starting to count more votes, too close to call. And finally, out west, the great battleground state of Arizona, too close to call. That's another one that may take several days before we get results. So let's go to Tom. And I mean, Pennsylvania, we cannot talk about it enough. It may all hinge on Pennsylvania, just as it did in 2020.
Yeah, and earlier I was talking about Eastern PA, guys, not to talk about Western PA. Go Steelers fans. Let's start in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County here. 66% of the vote, and let's compare it to 2020. Slightly overperforming. That's good news for Harris because that's what she needs to do there if she wants to win the state of Pennsylvania. And look at this, Butler County. You'll remember that's where that first assassination attempt took place, just miles from Pittsburgh. Look what a different place this is. Trump is on top. 71% of the vote is in. He got 65 in 2020, 65%. He's now at 64. He's essentially performing where he needs to be. I also want to see how the vote is in these Western communities, Western PA communities, because fracking was a big issue here. Vice President Harris had to change her position on that. Washington County, right here on the border, Trump with 60% of the vote. Let's see how he did compared to 2020. It's about the same. Westmoreland right next to here. It butts up against Allegheny County.
Okay. So we've got a little bit of context now. Just looking at the live feed from MSNBC. I'm sorry, for NBC. I'm gonna let that play in the background. We'll come back to that live feed. Let's go back and look at the total numbers. All right, so it looks like Trump is up, man, 201 to 81. 201 to 81. So if the Democrats are going to come back, it's going to have to be a heavy push for everyone that's coming in later. It's going to be a heavy push. Yeah, it's going to have to be a heavy push. All right, we're going to see if people are going to join. Click the link to join. The link is in the comments if you want to join the show. Link is in the comments. Link is in the comments. Right now, man, it's looking like Trump. It's looking like Trump, but I mean, look, it is early, and I do know that votes come in late from the Dems, so we'll see what happens. Looks like the Republicans in the Senate, 21 uncalled races. Republicans have won 7, Dems have won 5, Independents have won 1. 201 to 81, 201 to 81. And I will try to get more and more details on that. This is happening live, you guys. This is live. The show is live. How do y'all feel, man? How y'all feel about this? Where y'all at? Lifers, talk to me. How do y'all feel? How do you feel? You watching the results right now? How do you feel, Lifers? I'm going to look for comments. I'm going to go over to Instagram and see if I see any comments. All right. I see everybody. I see everybody. Let's see if any of my day ones commented yet. Turn down this live. All right. I'm looking at the live feed on Instagram. Shout out to everybody watching on Instagram. I see Polly 848. I see Katrina. I see JoJo. I see Lady B. Laddie B. I see Fitness and Music Channel, Miranda, and I see Chelsea. Shout out to everybody watching. To everybody watching on Instagram. Twitter. We got people watching on Twitter. What do y'all think this is going? Y'all think it's Trump? Y'all think it's Trump, or you think it's more votes that are going to be tallied? It's too early to tell. What do y'all think? Where we at with it? Lifers, talk to me. If I go to the CNN poll, they're showing 172 to 81. CNN is showing 172 to 81. Minimize myself so you can see. CNN is showing 182 to 81. All right, that's CNN. If I go back to the Associated Press, which has a very grainy feed, that ain't cute. Associated Press is showing 198 to 99. Okay, so they're saying that Kamala is leading over here in the central part of the United States. Man, I gotta pull up a map because I do not want to get that state wrong. Let me pull up this map, man. Y'all gonna kill me in geography. Colorado. Oh, David. Colorado, man. That's Colorado. The big square in the center. All right, boom. Colorado. I just looked this up on Wikipedia. All right, so it looks like in the blue, I think they're saying that Harris is projected to win Colorado. So I'm going to go back to that. Something interesting here. They're talking about Nevada. Hold up, y'all. Let's look in the back.
Over the course of 4 years. So as I walk back to the desk, I will tell you, this is something, and Chris and I know will back me up on this, as we've been talking to our sources around the Trump campaign. What did we hear again and again? That they thought they were going to overperform with Black and Latino voters, Latino men. An interesting and important story here tonight, guys.
I want to bring in someone from our insider's desk right now. Jim Messina was campaign manager for President Obama's reelection in 2012. Jim, what are you seeing here right now? And what are each of the sides telling themselves based on this data?
Yeah, it's a great question. So Tom just showed the most important 2 counties that I'm following in Pennsylvania. Early vote in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, better for Harris than expected. Then you look at Bucks County. When I was Obama's campaign manager, I was obsessed with Bucks County. And so far, it's looking like very early numbers, but she's doing really, really well. We talked about the Latino vote. That is a very scary number for the Harris campaign, and they're going to want to do better. But the thing around the exits that we haven't talked enough about is really the senior vote. Kamala Harris is doing better with white seniors in the exit polls and some of the early results than expected, than a little bit better.
Pennsylvania's close.
You'd rather have those much more high propensity voters and a lot of a bigger overall number with those seniors. So those are 3 things that I'm seeing very early that make her campaign pretty happy. But in general, Trump is running up numbers in rural.
Hold up. Down at the bottom, I want y'all to notice North Carolina, 69% of the vote is in. Trump is winning 52 to 46. North Carolina is a swing state. North Carolina is a swing state. I noticed that down at the bottom of the screen there. And I can pull up some information about the battleground states. There are 7 battleground states that we need to watch. Yeah. 7 battleground states that we need to watch, you guys, or swing states. Battleground states and swing states are the same thing, same term. All right. So this is some information I sent to myself that I wanted to cover with you guys. There is a list of battleground states that we need to be concerned about for both candidates, because they say that the presidency is not won in the popular vote. They say it's not even really won with the total Electoral College vote. They're saying it's won in the swing states, the battleground states, which is why they press so hard to win these states. You can see the list of the battleground states according to CBS News. They said Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. The 7 swing states according to CBS News: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And we already saw that according to, this looks like NBC News, at least right now, with 70% of the vote in, Donald Trump is projected to win North Carolina by about 6 points. A little bit under 6 points. So he has 2,087,000 votes. She has 1,874,000 votes. All right. So 1.8, he has almost 2.1. So this is going to be interesting, you guys. The battleground states are the states that we need to be concerned about. The battleground states are the states that we need to be concerned about. Those are the ones that we need to be looking at. All right. So I'm going to let this play a little bit more.
Better than he did in 2020, which has to concern the Harris campaign.
And we talked a lot about young men who are breaking for Trump. We saw the MAGA hats and some of the long lines at the universities.
Yep.
Is that unexpected at the level of the lines you're seeing?
I think both sides have a little bit of excitement here. I've talked to Harris officials in the last hour who said, look at the lines in Penn State, look at the lines in Arizona, look at the lines in the Philly college campuses. They feel really good about their ground operation. They have the best ground operation person in American politics, and Jen O'Malley Dillon is the chair, who has built a $1 billion field campaign for this moment. And they're really going for it on the college campuses, and they kind of need it right now.
Jim Messina, good to see you. Thank you.
All right, we've got a winner to announce. Kamala Harris takes Colorado as expected. It used to be a battleground years and years ago, but has really trended to the Democrats in the last couple of presidential cycles. And here's how it shakes out. With 54% of the vote counted in Colorado, they vote by mail, and those ballots get to be counted quite quickly.
Okay. Sorry about that. Trying to get some of my people in here.
Remains those 3 industrial Midwest states: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Donald Trump flirting with Georgia and North Carolina, and perhaps Arizona and Nevada. It'll be a while before we get results there. We've got Garrett Hake, who is at Trump headquarters in West Palm. And Garrett, what's the mood there? What are you hearing?
Huge early lead. Well, yeah.
Savannah, I've been talking to Trump campaign officials, and look, we all know the cliche on election days where you hear campaign sources say they're feeling cautiously optimistic. What has happened in the last half hour is my sources have stopped using the word cautious to describe their optimism. They are feeling increasingly confident as more and more votes come in, despite the fact that no battlegrounds have been called, that their theory of the case is being proven correct. And what I mean by that is the Trump campaign set out at the beginning of this race to expand the Republican Party. They knew they couldn't win with their old coalition. They had to get more younger voters, more black voters, more Latino voters, even by small amounts, to join their coalition. In the battleground states, they are seeing that happen. And if it does happen, it would be a historic realignment of the parties. Now, again, none of these battlegrounds have been called, but with all the battleground, states now closed, the voting is done, except for the folks who are waiting in line. They feel like there's not much else left for them to do but watch and wait, and increasingly optimistic atmosphere both here at West Palm Beach and at Mar-a-Lago, where Trump and his closest allies, friends, and family are watching the results come in.
All right, so this is interesting. They're
All right, thank
basically
you,
saying
Garrett.
that
All right, let's go
Republican
with
Party
Peter Alexander
definitely
now. He's
wanted
with the
to
Harris
increase
campaign in
their
Washington,
base,
D.C. What's the
revitalize their base,
optimism
increase their numbers.
level there
That's what
tonight?
they've been trying to do. Let's see what they're saying here about
Well,
Harris.
I think there's certainly a level of anxiety, at least according to some of the Harris allies with whom I've been speaking to over the course of the last hour or so. One ally telling me that, just look at the state of North Carolina, Josh Stein, the Democrat winning his effort to become the state's governor. That we were able to project a while back, but obviously not the same for Kamala Harris, at least not yet. That indicates that there's clearly some split ticket voters there. Some folks who will be voting for Josh Stein as governor, but then Donald Trump as president. Otherwise, we would have a projection already in that state right now. They say that is an indicator that gives some anxiety right now going forward that North Carolina may not be a state that they're able to win. If that happens, and these are all ifs, it's all very early here, that does again shrink their path to victory to 270. They really are relying heavily on those blue wall states right now.
Blue
And
wall
one of those
state.
key states obviously is Pennsylvania, the biggest prize of them all with 19 electoral votes. I spent many of the last several days up there, and I was in the urban centers where the Harris campaign put a lot of its energy, including in Philadelphia, and particularly in places like Philadelphia, where they were sending buses up there to knock on doors to help swell the number. They're really relying on big numbers in places like Philadelphia and the collar counties that surround it. They need to run up the numbers among some of those suburban women in particular, the suburbs more broadly right now, and in Philadelphia. So that's where a lot of them are hanging their hat, at least according to the allies I'm speaking to right now. We're going to keep a close eye on that as this night progresses.
All right, Peter Alexander,
All right.
thanks very much. I think we have a call now in the Texas Senate race. NBC News projects that Ted Cruz will retain his seat again in Texas. Democrats have taken some big swings in recent years in Texas, but unable to land a haymaker.
All right,
Colin Allred will
more
come
and
up short
more,
tonight in his
more and
bid
more
to unseat Ted Cruz.
and more
Let's
and
put a
more
chuck on
numbers.
this because
And
Texas is
let's
the
go
white.
going back to MSNBC. They're saying Donald Trump 201, Harris 91. Donald Trump 201, Harris 91. You're watching the After Dark podcast. We're reacting to the election results. We're reacting to the election results. I'm your host, Dave Life. If you want to join the show, if you have comments, the link is in the YouTube comments. The link is in the YouTube comments if you want to join the show. Shout out to everybody that's watching live on the gram. Shout out to everybody. After all this, they put him back in office. We don't know yet. We don't know yet. Shout out to everybody watching. Dre, what up? And this forever. What's up, Miranda? What's up? Holly, Eric, Mike, Michael. What up? What up, Mike? My man Green is in the building. What up, man? What's going on, y'all? All right, I see on my Instagram, Mike is watching. Make sure you guys come on over to YouTube and subscribe. Come to YouTube, subscribe to the channel. You get all of our updates. We put out a lot of news videos, a lot of commentary, and just reacting to what's going on in the world. And tonight, the biggest thing in the world is the election. I'm your host, Dave Life, man. Who'd you guys vote for? Let's talk about who you voted for. And if you want to, you don't have to share it. I know voting is very private. In fact, let's talk about why some people don't like sharing who they voted for, right? Some people don't like sharing it because, it's a personal thing. That's how a friend of mine, voting and choosing the party and the candidate and casting a ballot is almost like going to church. It ain't everybody's business. It's personal. It's your personal belief system when it comes to what type of church you want to go to. Do you want to go to a Pentecostal church, a Baptist church? Do you want to go to an AME church, evangelical church, conservative church, fundamental Christian church, Catholic church? Who do you want to go to? And I'm talking about just in the Christian faith, it's your decision of how you like to worship, and what tenets of the Bible that are most important to you for your church and your pastor to shepherd over you with. That's your personal choice. Some people like fire and brimstone. Some people like inclusion. It's your choice, right? I just say this: as long as if you believe in the Lord Jesus Christ and you go to church, that's all I care about. Because I'm a believer. That's how I feel about voting. As long as if you vote, it ain't my personal business to get into why you voted or what you did, unless you want to volunteer. You want to evangelize your vote and share your vote tonight, you can. If you don't want to, don't worry about it. I'm not even mad at you because some people don't want to do that. But yeah, about how you voted and why, and or we could talk about who you think will win. Right now, Donald Trump 207 on the road to 270. Donald Trump 207, Harris 91. Harris 91. Let's see if some of those states, some of those blue wall states can she can pull them and she can hold them. Let's see. Let's keep watching. All right, so look, CNN is being a little bit more conservative. Let's listen to what CNN is saying.
P.M. Eastern, you have a fair idea. Most networks would have called the election by p.m. As to who has won the election, but ultimately to get it certified, to tally every single vote, that might take much longer. But the projections of who is winning these battleground states, because ultimately whoever wins a bulk of these battleground states goes on to win the presidency. That I suspect, if we go back. If we discount the aberration of 2020 and go back to how it was in 2016 or in 2012, then by about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock Eastern time, you would get a fair idea of who has won the battleground states and thereby who has won the presidency. So history is really at stake as far as Kamala Harris is concerned. Remember, she will become, if she wins, the first ever African-American woman, Indian-American president of the United States. So history beckons for her, and she will be here later on tonight for as
You know, some people had an issue with Kamala. Some people had an issue saying, "Oh, is she black? Is she not black?" They had an issue, and I can see CNN is leaning into her Indian background. I could see that, and some people had an issue with that. But you know what's funny about that? Going to Associated Press, they're showing 109 to 198. So the Associated Press is showing that the gap is closing just a little bit. I told you guys we won't know the real number until 2 to 3 days from now. We won't know the real number. Now, tonight is a huge indication. Tonight is a huge indication. If the numbers are a landslide, then when they finish tallying, it's probably going to be a landslide. But if the numbers are close tonight, then it means they're going to have to be counting these things over the next few days and making sure all the votes are coming in. Yeah. So some people had an issue with Kamala saying, "Oh, she's not black. She's Indian, et cetera, et cetera." But you know, just a few years ago, I remember black folks saying, and I'm black, so I'm speaking for my own people. I remember people saying, "Man, if you got 1% black in you, you black. You know, if your grandfather was black, you black. If your mother or father was black, you black." But now in 2024, all of a sudden, people want to say she's not black because she claimed her Indian heritage. From what I understand, her father is Jamaican, her mother's Indian. Jamaican, the last I heard, is black. Now, people may split hairs and say she's not African American, but last I heard, she went to a HBCU and she's an AKA. So, in my opinion, she grew up with the black experience, pleasure black sorority. I don't see how she's not black. Right now, you may not like the fact that she married a white man or whatever. That's your choice. But I don't think we should be splitting hairs saying she's not black, she's Indian. But that's a whole nother discussion. And I know people are gonna be divided down the middle. And Dave, what you trying to say? All I'm saying is when you was light skinned and mixed just 5 years ago, you were black. When did that change? When did that change from you being you're not black because you know you have another race in your heritage? I'd like somebody to answer that. All right. In my mind, Kamala is black and been black. All right. So shout out to everybody watching on YouTube, on Instagram. TG, what up? How y'all feeling? How y'all voting, man? Put your comments in the comment section. Ask questions in the question section. But I would love for you guys to just come on over to YouTube. If you come on over to YouTube, it's a little bit better experience. YouTube, we have you can actually click on the link to join the show. And I can add you to the show, and it's just a little bit of a better experience. Come on over to YouTube. I like YouTube. But I ain't mad at the gram. The gram is where I started. So shout out to the gram. All right. So Associated Press is saying 112 to 98. The number's moving up. Let's look at some of the differences. CNN is saying 195 to 91. 195 to 91. MSNBC is going even farther. They're saying There's a 5 million vote difference in the popular vote. They're saying 207 to 91. So they're not calling some of those swing states for her or some of the states for her, but they are calling some of the states for Trump. So you see the numbers differ because, it's what percentage of the vote is in. What percentage of the vote is in? Let's listen to NBC because they have more commentary on some of the latest numbers.
70 marks. Stay with us. Election night rolls on.
So they're saying 207 to 91. Yeah. So NBC and MSNBC are consistent. Of course, same network. They should be consistent. They're saying 207 to 91. I like this breakdown right here because they're saying that breaking news, Georgia and Pennsylvania, which are swing states, are too close to call. Okay. But according to this tally, Donald Trump has won Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, West Virginia, and on down the line. And Kamala has won Vermont, Delaware, Washington, D.C., Illinois, Maryland, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Colorado, and New York. Now, Colorado and New York. And New York. Let's see what happens to Nevada. So Colorado, yes. Nevada, let's see what happens. And I'm looking at the map from 2020. Biden also won Colorado, and he won Nevada. All right, so I don't think I see any surprises just yet. Let me zoom in. I'm sorry, I thought I was zoomed in on the map and not Dave. Boom. All right. I'm going to keep that right there for now. I'm going to go back to another feed. Let's listen to what CNN is saying.
And then when you see this election, the approval ratings for President Biden are really pretty bad. And so that's a strong headwind for Vice President Harris, since she's been basically serving with him. I'm of the impression that, Biden has done a really good job as president. I know that's something that's not widely shared, but, our economy is strong. You mentioned earlier the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East. I mean, those aren't his fault. Trump makes it seem.
All right. So they're discussing the virtues of the Biden administration. They're saying that 195 to 191 is what's going on, the total count. Now, if I go to the Associated Press, they're saying 198 to 112. So the 195 number, 198 number, that's what a few people are saying. And I know the MSNBC is saying 207, but they have Harris at 112 on the Associated Press. Let me see if there's any commentary that we can add to this on the Associated Press. No, this is just a live feed. They're just showing the live feed of the rallies, and they're waiting on people to jump in and make comments. All right, so we're just gonna keep that there. I'm gonna go back to the MSNBC feed and look at the swing states. Yeah, let's keep this. Actually, you know what? I think I'm going to go back to CNN for now.
Bring you this projection right now. CNN projects that Texas will go to Donald Trump.
Texas.
State of Texas, as
No
expected.
surprise there.
Ohio. Remember, it takes at least 270 electoral
No
votes
surprise
to
there,
win the
Texas.
2024 presidential bid. And right now, Donald Trump has the lead. CNN's Paula is with us
what
on
I'm
the
going to do is
broadcast.
I'm going to let
Paula, we were talking about these swing states, and now we're learning about Ohio, which is completely going the Republican way. What are things looking like for Kamala Harris at the moment? If Trump wins this one, the rest of the three states that are left as far as the swing states are concerned, it's an absolute must-win for Kamala. Otherwise, she's out of the race.
Be prepared to discuss your points on why you think one candidate or the other is going to win.
Harris. It is Wisconsin, it is Michigan, it is Pennsylvania.
I mean, we're here
Absolutely
about
no upsets.
the election.
Why?
I want to know.
Well,
Right?
there's still
I'll be back. I'll just let this
North Carolina
rock out for a
and
few minutes,
Georgia
and I'll be
are
back.
beginning to look good for Donald Trump. The issue here, though, and you bring up an important one, while the fact that Ohio was always supposed to go to Donald Trump. When you look at the margin in Ohio, it is quite high for Donald Trump. And when you consider it looks like he is going to carry a state like that quite strongly, then you're starting to look at how that might extrapolate to a state like Wisconsin, and perhaps even a place like Michigan. Right now, though, I caution that so many of these races are still too close to call, especially when you see how divided the states themselves are between rural counts or counts in cities or counts in the suburbs around those cities.
Right. But so far, from whatever we are learning of the US polls and the results of the early trends that are trickling in, it has been pretty much evident. And these are the places that were going to go the Republican way. If we take a look at what has gone to the Democrats' favor, it has been places like New York or New Jersey for that matter. So it has been pretty much in line with the trend.
Well, what has been true throughout this was that the polls indicated this would be close and that it has been quite close. And that even comes down to the popular vote. I mean, think about it. Donald Trump did not win the popular vote. That just did not happen even in 2016 when he actually won the presidency. Right now, there is a chance he will win the popular vote in this country. Not just win the election, but win the popular vote, which will mean that a majority of voters voted for him. It's not just the Electoral College. Absolutely. This is not definitive yet. I do want to stress that it is very early, and there are a lot of votes still to come in. This is what the Trump campaign, though, is counting on right now. You can hear the enthusiasm behind me. As far as this crowd is concerned, they are incredibly confident right now and do believe that Donald Trump will be back in the White House as president.
Absolutely.
What is going to be crucial now is to look at.
Absolutely. Please go ahead. I just wanted to understand about that entire mood because you are there at the Trump headquarters in Florida, and we can see the kind of cheer that he is receiving because the early trends clearly are going in his favor. So that's an absolute must do when it is, voting as far as in favor of the Republicans is concerned. So first of all, about the mood around you, and then we'll go further and talk about how this red mirage really is progressing from here on.
I mean, look, it is incredibly optimistic here. This is not 2020 as they continue to see the votes come in, but they also are looking at the margins. They are looking at the margins in a place like Ohio. They are looking at margins in places like North Carolina where they expect it to be closer. And that's why they do not believe in the mirage.
Pause. Dave Life. It's your boy, Dave Life. You're watching Dave Life After Dark. It's the After Dark podcast. I appreciate y'all. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're with us tonight. So I want to say thank you. This is live coverage. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Somebody said they couldn't hear me. Hopefully you guys can hear me on the gram. Right now, we're just looking at some results, you guys. We're looking at the results of the election. I appreciate you guys because you're here with me. So I want to say thank you, man. The floor is open. If you guys want to join the show, we can discuss your feelings on the show. You can just discuss your feelings on the actual election and everything that's going on. Put up my graphic here so y'all can know what we looking at. This is us, man. It's the After Dark podcast with your host, Dave Life, and we are discussing the election. Election Day 2024, live results and reactions. Right now, Donald Trump is out to an early lead. Donald Trump is out to an early lead. Did y'all expect that or not? Are you nervous? All the Democrats out there. I'm a Democrat. I ain't afraid to say it. All my Kamala fans, are y'all nervous? How y'all feeling? Okay. I think you need to look at the numbers. The numbers are important. With these swing states and that blue wall is super important. Let's see if the Democrats can pull this out. And if not, then it'll be a Trump administration. All right. So let's continue to watch what is happening in the news. Here is a breakout by state. NBC showed us a breakout by state of how it's breaking down, at least right now. Let me add that to the stage and get out of the way. So right now, Donald Trump is leading, right, in Electoral College votes, 207 and 91. The swing states that are still out there are Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Virginia, etc. Now, I do want to go back and discuss with you guys the swing states. So take a look. And according to NBC, these were the swing states or battleground states. I said NBC, sorry, according to CBS. We got Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Now, why are each of these battleground states? According to CBS, Arizona has 11 electoral votes, and its polls close at 9 p.m. Trump won Arizona in 2016, but he lost it narrowly to Biden in 2020. That's why Arizona's a swing state. Next swing state, Georgia. Georgia has 16 electoral votes, and the polls close at 7 p.m. Trump won Georgia in 2016, but Biden beat him in 2020 by fewer than 12,000 votes. The first time a Democratic candidate had won the state since Bill Clinton in 1992. Wow. 18 years. Allegations that Trump and more than a dozen allies engaged in a criminal conspiracy to overturn Georgia's 2020 results are now at the center of an election interference case in Fulton County. Trump denies wrongdoing. Now, why is Georgia so important? Is because of the number of Electoral College votes. 16 votes. That's a lot of votes, y'all. That's a lot of Electoral College votes. It is a battleground state. It is a battleground state. Now I want to pull up a story from the Shade Room, which a lot of you guys saw. Or maybe you didn't see. But Georgia is definitely a battleground state. And there's already been the possibility of some sort of election tampering, vote tampering. Let me go to y'all have seen it. Put in the comments if y'all know where I'm going with this. The Shade Room reported on it earlier. I'll pull up the article. Boom. Bomb threats. Bomb threats were happening at the polls in Georgia. And the FBI is saying that Russia was responsible. This is why voting is so important. This is why voting in the battleground states are so important. And this is why protecting voters and protecting elections and preventing voter suppression is super important. Because you have actors such as allegedly Russia, bad actors that want to interfere with our election process because it's better for certain people to be in office for other countries than it is for other people, right? So, according to the Shade Room, there were bomb threats at 2 polling stations in Georgia, and they are said to have come from Russia. So let's listen to the actual audio.
Some threats that were of Russian origin. And so I don't know how to describe if that's viable. We don't think they are, but in the interest of public safety, you always check that out. And we'll just continue to be very responsive when we hear about stuff like that. We identified the source and it was from Russia.
Can you elaborate? Rate on that? What kind of threats?
As he said, it's a bomb threat.
So bomb threats allegedly from Russia. So a statement from the FBI. Hopefully you guys can see this. Okay, cool. You guys can see it. Statement from the FBI. The FBI is aware of bomb threats to polling locations in several states, many of which appear to originate from Russia email domains. None of the threats have been determined to be credible thus far. It's interesting that they said Russian email domains, because I know that the FBI can check and follow the domains, and they have good cybersecurity. So if the FBI is saying Russian email domains, then it probably did come from Russia. Election integrity is among the FBI's highest priorities. We will continue to work closely with our state and local law enforcement partners to respond to any threats to our elections and to protect communities as Americans exercise their right to vote. As always, we urge the public to remain vigilant and report suspicious activity. And then they give you the FBI tips can be called into 1-800-CALL FBI, 1-800-225-5324, or online at tips.fbi.gov. Now, this is important. The following Fulton County precincts will remain open late due to late starts caused by hoax threats, power trouble, etc. So Eatris Community Center stayed open another 45 minutes. Goulat Elementary, another 15 minutes. Southwest Art Center, 43 minutes. Northwood Elementary, 7:45, and Lake Forest Elementary stayed open another 10 minutes. So they actually gave time back to the people who lost time due to fake threats and hoaxes. The head of elections in Fulton County said that the county received 5 non-credible bomb threats that led to 2 voting locations being evacuated for approximately 30 minutes each. Yeah, so that was real. Bomb threats, man. This is why voting in the swing states is so important. All right, so going back to the swing states and just reading the rest of that. Michigan is a swing state. Michigan has 15 electoral votes. They went to Trump in 2016 after almost 3 decades, 30 years of supporting Democrats. The state flopped in 2020. It flipped in 2020 with Biden taking the win. Michigan is part of the so-called blue wall of Midwestern states considered crucial for Democrats. Representative Debbie Dingell recently said she believes her state will remain competitive until the last vote is counted on Election Day. So they close at 8 p.m., but some close at 9 p.m. And as you know, Kamala Harris's vice president candidate, Tim Walz, is from Michigan. All right. Next, we have Nevada. Nevada has voted Democratic for the past 4 elections. With 6 electoral votes, Nevada has the smallest total of the 7 presidential battleground states, but it is important. North Carolina is still dealing with the devastating aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Both candidates have visited since the storm. Democrats have won the state's 16 electoral votes only twice since 1968. So North Carolina is normally red, but they've only won it twice. In 2008, when Barack Obama did it, and then Trump edged out Biden in 2020 by a little more than 1 point. He also bested Hillary Clinton in 2016. North Carolina polls closed at 7:30. Pennsylvania, with 19 electoral votes, it is a critical battleground state for Harris and Trump. Biden took the state in 2020, while Trump won there in 2016. Harris and Trump have visited the state at least 20 times in the last months leading up to the election. Pennsylvania polls closed at 8 p.m. Eastern. And then last but not least, Wisconsin. Voters backed Democrats for decades until 2016 when Trump flipped the state and secured its 10 electoral votes. Voters swung back in 2020 when Biden took the state. The state was decided by less than 1% of the votes. So we're going to have to look and see what happened in these battleground states. The battleground states are super important. Okay, let's go back and see what's happening. According to MSNBC, Trump has 210 and Kamala has 91. Trump has 210 and Kamala has 91. Trump 210, Kamala 91, according to MSNBC. Now, I just want to show you guys the contrast. Remember back in 2014, remember back in 2020, when Biden won, here is how the map looked. When Biden won, Trump had 232. Biden ended up with 306. So Trump is pressing. He's moving along. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't show you. Let me show you guys. Boom, there it is. So back in 2020, at the end of the pandemic, or when COVID was starting to slow down, Biden had 306 total votes, Electoral College votes. Trump had 232. So Biden won, even though Trump had 232 votes. Trump is pressing along. If Trump takes some of those swing states, it's a wrap. If the blue wall holds up, it can be very competitive and be very close. So we're going to go back and look at everything. Shout out to Tay Newsy. What up, Tay Newsy? Hey, if you want to join the show, bro, the link is down there in the comments. I'll paste the link again for those that are watching. If you want to join the show, the link will be posted in the Facebook and YouTube feed. There it is. You guys are welcome to join. Shout out to everybody that's watching on the gram. Dre, what up, man? I see Dre, Big Dre, September. I see you watching. Trell, what up, Trell? Evelyn, what's going on, y'all? Shout out to everybody that's watching. Eric, everybody's watching over here on Instagram, CC, Uplift. Y'all come on over. Crystal, what's up, Cashmere K? Y'all come on over to YouTube, man. Come on over to YouTube. Let's get in here and let's discuss this. So this is what happened. I'm showing the map of what happened in 2024. Trying to unmute. They got me. I'm over here coughing to death. All right. Let's go back and see what's happening here. Let's go back to MSNBC. I want to see what. All right, people are voting. MSNBC is showing us that people are voting. So I think instead of that, I'm going to go on over to the Associated Press. Associated Press is showing us $210 to $112. The gap is kind of getting smaller. $210 to $112. Oh, hold on now. Do we have a possible? They're projecting. Hold on now. Oh no, we good. Okay. So I'm looking at the swing. I'm looking at the swing states. I'm going to go back to a map of the United States just so that we can keep an eye. So it looks like New Mexico. Colorado is already going blue according to the Associated Press. And right below it, New Mexico, which is light blue, they're saying it is projected to be blue. That's New Mexico right there. So, yeah, going back to the Associated Press. I'm going to have to pull up the details. Y'all let me know in the details what other states Kamala has won. How does she move up from 81 to 112? Y'all tell me in the comments. Dre, come over to YouTube, bro. It's easier for me to see comments in YouTube. Come on over to YouTube, search for DaveLifeTV, all one word, and then click on the live show. And then I can answer some of the questions that are coming up on the gram. Why does Trump have 210 already? It's because he's grabbing all those states in the middle of the country, which are typically red states. And I'm going to just glance at the map to see if something has changed. As I look at this map, oh, Georgia is projecting red. Oh, that's Georgia is projecting red. And right above Illinois, at least according to the Associated Press, Wisconsin and Minnesota are also projecting red. If that's true, then it will be a wrap because Georgia is definitely a swing state. It looks like they have let me see. What are they saying for Pennsylvania? Virginia's projecting blue. Virginia went blue before. They're saying Associated Press is saying that Pennsylvania is projecting red also. Well, this is getting real interesting. Okay. All right, let's go over to some live coverage and see what some of the other news stations are saying. Here we go. This is NBC.
And here is where we stand right now on the road to 270 electoral votes. Those will be the keys to get into the White House in the next year. Right now, we want to go to Peter Alexander at Harris headquarters to really gauge the temperature in the room. Peter?
Well, we're outside and it's a loud one here, but I can tell you if you get into the crowd here, it's particularly quiet in terms of their sense of optimism right now. That's how one Harris ally just described it to me a short time ago. I ran into a longtime Democratic source, a person who was close to the Harris campaign, and I asked them what they make of the results they've seen so far. They said, honestly, this is not looking so good for us, but then they quickly put on a smile and said, but you know what? We just got to keep smiling for the night. That may give you a better understanding of where they feel like things may be going right now. It remains early, a lot of votes still to count, but I'll tell you what I just heard from a Democratic lawmaker right now who just wrote me in part, quote, it's pretty concerning. I just keep reminding myself that 8 years ago, all the trends in the first few hours showed Hillary winning, and then she didn't. But obviously, this is not the return we were looking for. It gives you a little sense of the way that some of those people supporting Kamala Harris are feeling this evening right now. Again, a lot of numbers, a lot of data still to be counted right now. But as Claire McCaskill said a short time ago, some of the early results we're seeing in some of those places, North Carolina, Georgia, are not looking as positive as the Harris campaign had been hoping. It doesn't mean that they still don't have a path, but it does certainly increasingly mean that they'd have to succeed in holding on to that blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And frankly, speaking to some people in some of those states that are involved with the Harris campaign, they said that's where they are seeing some concern that that's going to be a tightrope that they have to still try to walk tonight. Buster?
Wow.
And Peter, we were just talking here. There's a sense that the polls were in fact right. Are they getting that sense that the polls are really reflecting what we're watching?
We're taking your feedback.
Well, I mean, nationally, this is basically an evenly divided country, right? So the idea that our last poll showed at 49-49 is sort of a overall popular vote, that may be pretty close to where this thing ends up. But remember, for the Democrats to win the Electoral College, they generally have to have a better advantage as it relates to the popular vote. So if the country's evenly divided in terms of a popular vote, that may not be enough for the Democrats.
Let's go back.
Still a long way to go. Obviously, nobody here is leaving. They're still waiting to hear from the vice president. They recognize this may be not just a matter of hours, but days right now, and they're still hopeful that people.
210. MSNBC is still showing 210 for Trump. And Associated Press is showing 210 for Trump. They're saying for Harris 113. CNN is saying 207 for Trump. CNN is showing 207 for Trump, 91 for Harris. New Hampshire is leaning towards Harris, but only 50% of the vote is in. Yeah, this is getting interesting, man. Comments. Throw your comments in here. Yeah, people are commenting. I see people. All right, I see people watching. I appreciate y'all. I'm trying to get some people to join. I know people are thinking about everything that's happening. All right, so let's see where we are. Yeah, Associated Press. Some people are saying Wisconsin,
about what they're
Michigan too
seeing
close to
on the
call.
Republican side. They say when you look at Dane County, that Vice President Harris is not meeting her marks there. And pointing to Milwaukee, he's saying that the turnout is not meeting what the Democrats should be getting in this area of the state. But when you look at the amount of vote that's here, we know there's about 107,000 ballots that have yet to be counted. And we're still hours away from that being sent over to the county for the public to see. So it's expected to be a long night of counting here in Milwaukee.
All right, Shaq, thanks very much.
Wisconsin too close to call. 49.8%, 48.5%, 57% of the votes in. I think that's important for us to know. All right, I'm serious about this with these counts, y'all. You got to look at the percent of votes that are in. Right, it's still 43% of the votes that's out in Wisconsin, and they are close. They're close. 1.3 percentage points. 26,000 votes. It's close. So you got to look at the percent of votes that are in. And that's how some of these stations are able to call it sooner than others, because they look at the percentage of votes that's in and say, okay, we're going to call this.
Tom Yamas, who's over at the big board. A couple of things. Let's look at North Carolina.
You got it.
Still too early to call. And how about Virginia?
Yeah.
It's a blue state. Haven't called it yet.
We'll talk about both those because both states have interesting things happening. So first off, 85% of the voting, if you're asking yourself, why is it too early to call? Why hasn't NBC News projected this race just yet? Because listen, there are still 875,000 votes that are out.
Wait, so they're saying it's 875,000 votes that are out. A total of 5.8 million votes estimated. 4.9 have been reported. So 875,000 votes are remaining. And if you look at the delta or the difference between the two, I see 150,000 votes. That's why they're saying they're not calling North Carolina yet, because Trump has clearly the lead. 150,000 votes, but it's still 875 remaining. So it's all going to depend. And I'm going to tell y'all something about these cities. Okay. I keep saying this, man. Black people vote late. Black people vote late. Now we're only 20%. I'm sorry. We're only 12.8% according to a certain poll of the country. But in some cities, we're more than others. Across the country, Latinos are 20%. So if Trump is faring well with Latinos in certain states, then the black vote may or may not overtake. But if Kamala Harris is faring well with Latinos, the black vote may or may not help. It could really help in those cases if you assume she's going to get the black vote. So it's really interesting here, you guys, what's going on. But I'm telling you, black folks, we vote late. We always do. People wait till the day of. They wait until they get off work and they rush to the polls. So I'm sure in certain places, it's a lot of people outside. So I expect these numbers to go up. But if there's a large enough gap, it won't matter. You won't be able to overcome it. Trump will win. All right. So that's what we're looking at. Give me your reactions in the comments. Shout out to everybody that's watching. I got a couple people on YouTube, a couple on Facebook. I got like 18, 20 people on Twitter. And then on the gram, I think we had about 10 people. So give me your comments. Let me know how you're feeling. Let me know how you're feeling about the election. I see everybody watching. Let's keep going.
So we're going to wait till we can make a clear projection there. I do want to highlight some things. I've been talking about Charlotte, Mecklenburg County all night long. This is where Democrats had to turn out the vote. This is where races are won and lost in the state of North Carolina.
All right, look at this. Charlotte, Mecklenburg County. I used to live out in Charlotte. In 2016, Clinton won by 62%. In 2020, Biden won by 60. He got 66% of the vote. And then Kamala is 65% of the vote in Mecklenburg County. So you can see Charlotte, which is pretty urban for North Carolina, Harris is faring well. But the rest of North Carolina, I mean, it's quite rural. I'm sure it's probably a higher, less urban population, and I'm sure it's more white population because a lot of times we aren't in the suburbs as much.
Carolina is in Charlotte.
There you go.
Clinton at 62, Biden at 66.7. Harris is at 65. Remember, she has to win this state because they lost it 4 years ago. She has to be doing better than Biden. And now I want to take you to the Black Belt. Again, these are the counties that there's not a ton of people, but they're largely African-American counties. And I'm going to go to compare this to 2020. And I want you guys to watch these numbers. Remember, the number on the left, it has to be higher. The number on the left has to be higher. So we're going to lock this in. Let's go through here and just watch. Every county, she's underperforming. With a lot of the vote. There's still some vote out. But in almost every county, she's underperforming. Again, this is the Black Belt, high proportion of African-American voters here, and she's underperforming. Not a population center, but if she wants to win North Carolina, she has to be doing better there. I know you were asking about Virginia. Savannah, let's take a look at Virginia. We haven't called Virginia yet, and if we, just to give you context, the last two elections, it came kind of close in 2016, about 4 percentage points, 4 or 5 percentage points. In 2020, Biden grew that lead much more. It was about 10 points there. Tonight, here's where it's at. 77% of the votes in. There's about a 2% spread. I'm being told by our politics desk, a lot of the vote that is out is still in the Northern Virginia suburbs. This is the Democrats' sort of their sweet spot where they're going to drive up the votes. Also, Richmond County, a lot of African-American voters there, too, that could possibly vote Democratic. But listen, Republicans have been making inroads in there as well. We can take a quick gander. How much time we have? About a minute? 2 minutes. Now we're going to say goodbye. We'll come back. We'll dig into those northern suburbs in just a minute, Savannah.
Let's do, because northern suburb resident Chuck Todd has said you can't count.
We're waiting on that vote.
You're waiting on that vote, but I want to go to Mark Lauder on this. Also, I think a Washington D.C. former area resident, so you get to weigh in on this too, and you too, Senator. I mean,
they're saying about D.C.
Would you have expected that Virginia would take this long to call? I mean, is this concerning? Does it give you any other trend lines?
No, I mean, I saw a lot of energy, and I live in Northern Virginia as well. I've seen a lot more Trump signs in people's yards where 4 years ago, 8 years ago, you would have never dared put one up there. So I think there was a little more of an emboldened activity, but you know you're not going to win that area. But I think this does point to what we were talking about we see going on in Philadelphia, which we see going on in some of the other Charlotte areas. She's underperforming in the metro areas, which is where she needs to overperform.
That's
I
not
think
good.
when it's all counted, when everything comes in Northern Virginia, and Chuck's not here, so I'm a little nervous. But I think she'll end up winning Virginia by a comfortable margin. And I think when you actually analyze the data, what you're going to see is there was more enthusiasm in the rural areas of Virginia than there was for Biden. I mean, I think we need to start saying out loud
how the election's going. Are you not?
What is different between Joe Biden and Kamala Harris?
On YouTube,
everybody thinks they're exactly the same on policies, but one is a woman of color and the other is a white man that everybody was really comfortable with, that were moderates and knew him well and had known him for decades. So I think you're seeing more Trump support in some of the areas where Biden could cut in. But Virginia's going to be fine. She's going to win Virginia.
But you might see that maybe in like a Lackawanna County or something in Pennsylvania, that same dynamic that you're talking about.
Yeah.
We shall see. Okay. We want to pause just a moment. We've got a lot more to get to. Top of the hour, we're going to have the big poll closings in California. Got an election alert. Poll closing in about 20 seconds or now. So there'll be some biggies out there to talk about.
Yeah, you see California, I know Oregon, Washington, those will all be closing here in about 10 seconds. And then, of course, we'll have the latest characterizations.
I appreciate y'all.
We're going to pause for a moment while some of our East Coast stations go to their local news.
But how do y'all feel about this? Talk to me, lifers. What we doing? How y'all feel about this, man?
And welcome back. At the top of the hour, 11 o'clock hour here in the East, NBC News can project that Kamala Harris will win in the state of California. 54 electoral votes.
Let's pause right there. Dun, 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 dun. I knew that she would win in Cali. I'm out here and we out here voting in California. 50. That is a lot of electoral college votes. 54 votes. So her total is gonna jump up. I think some people said she had 91. Some people said she had, yep, there it is. Let me show you. Boom. 145 to 214. This is why pulling the states you're supposed to pull are so important. California has always been a blue state traditionally. and she pulled a blue state that brought her up in the total. So according to MSNBC, that helped out a hell of a lot. Now, don't get me wrong, still way behind. All right, Trump is pulling every state he's supposed to pull, and it looks like he's projected to pull others according to some places. Now, MSNBC is now saying 214 to 145, Trump, in favor of Trump. If you remember, Trump got 232 in 2020. Biden got 306. So Trump is getting closer and closer to the total he had. 214. He's only 18 points away from his total that he had in 2020. All right. 18 points away. He's got to get to 270 if he wants to win. Where we at, people? How y'all feel? How y'all feel? Let me see. Let me see where the people at. Let me go back to MSNBC and let Lester finish what he was saying. Kamala Harris took California. I knew that was going to happen. Let's see what they say on MSNBC.
In the state of Idaho, NBC News projects Donald Trump will win and take those.
Now, notice the 4 electoral votes in Idaho. That's because of the population is a lot smaller than in California. And that's, so we didn't really get into it this time, but I did another episode on the Sneaker and Politics podcast with Retro. We did an episode with Retro, Rick, and Maddie's Kicks. We did an episode called Sneakers and Politics, and we discussed the Electoral College and how it works. And essentially, it's important that the popular vote helps drive the Electoral College vote. So whoever wins the popular vote in that state, the electors have made a pledge to vote according to the popular vote. But you can have faithless electors which will defect, and that jacks up the whole process. And they have states that have like penalties for faithless electors. Okay. So you can see like Idaho only had 4 votes. California had 54. It's because the population of California is so large. They have way more senators and House people in the House of Representatives in Congress, way more. So the number of representatives they have makes the total number in the Electoral College go up. So 54 representatives and senators, 54 Electoral College votes, only 4 in Idaho because of the number of people in the state. Let's continue.
4 electoral votes in Idaho. Here's the map where it moves in the road to 270. Donald Trump with 214. Harris now with 145. So things certainly becoming a little more interesting as the evening progresses.
Okay, for the 11 o'clock poll closings, we have a couple of uncalled races, Oregon and Wisconsin. We just called California. Now let's go to our battlegrounds. Pennsylvania, too close to call, 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock.
Pennsylvania, too close to call, 67% in. And yeah, we talked about that. Pennsylvania, 67% in. They're separated by about 80,000 votes. No, 180,000 votes. My bad. 180,000 votes. Pennsylvania.
In the West, same story in Michigan, too close to call at this hour.
Oh, Michigan is way too close to call. It's only 29% of the votes in. This is what I'm looking at. Top right-hand corner. Only 29% of the votes in Michigan. Way too early to call. Way too early to call. Michigan, I think, has 16 Electoral College votes. Let me check my my notes. Michigan has 15 or 16. Yeah, so 15, depending on I'm looking at the numbers from 2020. So they have 15 Electoral College votes. So way too close to call.
With about a third of the vote counted there. In Wisconsin, it is too close to call. You knew it would be a tight election. The polls all showed it, and that's
Wisconsin. Oh, that's hella close. That's 30,000 votes. 30,000 votes between the two, and it's only 60% in, 59% in. It's 40% more of the state that's still they're tallying the votes, and it's that close. Wisconsin Wisconsin's gonna be close, y'all. But I'm telling you, with Kamala kind of polling lower than she should in certain places. This is, you can already see the numbers. It's extremely tight. It's extremely tight. MSNBC is now saying 214 to 153. I mean, she really has to hold that blue wall and just push through. Like the rest almost got to like close the rest of them out to win. Because I mean, you lose one swing state, it's a wrap. Lose one swing state, it's a wrap. This is getting interesting. This is getting interesting. Can I just say something? This is why we need to vote. This is why we need to vote. This is exactly why we need to vote, because the political process in America does get affected by your vote. It does. People that say it doesn't, they don't understand the process. They don't understand the system. People that say that the popular vote doesn't matter, they don't get it. It does matter. Because according to the system, the electors have made a pledge to vote according to the popular vote. Now, again, there are times when you have faithless electors and they go against who wins. It's not supposed to happen, but it has. And states have been encouraged to create penalties, stiff penalties for that. And we can discuss faithless electors and all of that. But man, it's important to vote. It's super important to vote. Why don't we take a second to look at the Electoral College? Okay? We'll take a second just to educate, enlighten, entertain, and inform. That's the motto of the After Dark podcast. So I'm going to try to do this quick so that 214 and 153 don't change while I'm explaining things. All right, so according to USA.gov Electoral College, the Electoral College decides who will be elected the president and vice presidents of the United States. Let's take a look at how this process works. What is the Electoral College? The Electoral College is not a physical place. It is a process which includes the selection of electors, meeting of electors who cast votes for the president and vice president, and then counting those votes. So you select the electors meet, then the votes are counted. Now I need y'all to know something. Electors are selected long before this process starts. They're selected long before this process starts. And based on our popular vote, based on how we vote tonight, based on the voice of the people, the Electoral College will then cast their vote in December. You said what, David? Dave, you said I'm going to cast my vote in November and ain't going to count these votes in December. Yes, that's what I said. Yes, that's what I said, because the votes have to be tallied. They're going to count them all up tonight, the popular vote. Tonight, tomorrow. Hopefully they'll be done by Saturday like they were 4 years ago. After they count up all those votes, then they send those votes and the total tallies of each state to the electors. The electors then say, in the state of Georgia, the Republicans won, we're going to vote Republican. If they diverge and do something different, they're called a faithless elector, an elector that did not vote in faith of what the people said. They went their own way, and they're called faithless, not faithful. That's super important to know. Let's keep reading. Quick schooling of the Electoral College. The Electoral College is not a physical place. It is a process which includes meeting, selection of electors, the meeting up of the electors, and then the voting of the electors and counting their votes. In other U.S. elections, candidates are elected directly by popular vote. But the president and vice president are not directly elected by citizens. Instead, they are chosen through the Electoral College process. This process of using electors comes from the Constitution. It was a compromise between the popular vote by citizens and a vote in Congress. Let's put a pause in that. So back in the day, there was a big debate on whether or not Congress was going to vote on the president or the people would vote. Some people wanted the popular vote. Some people said, no, let our House of Representatives and Senate, Congress, let them vote. The compromise is the Electoral College. The Electoral College says, hey, we're going to look at the popular vote, and then Congress will vote based on what the popular vote said. So that's what's happening tonight. We're looking at the popular vote. That is what is occurring right now. It's so important that you vote. Every vote counts. Who is in the Electoral College? I'm glad you asked. So according to USA.gov, each state gets as many electors as it has members of Congress, House and Senate. Repeat, each state gets as many electors as it has members of Congress in the House and the Senate. In Washington, D.C., which is a district, there are 3 electors. There are currently a total of 538 electors in all. And then you can see how each state gets a certain number of electors and all of that. And that's based on the population. Each state's political parties choose their own slate of potential electors. Who is chosen to be an elector, how and when varies by state. And you can get into those details. How does the Electoral College process work? After you cast your ballot for president, your vote goes to a statewide tally. In 48 states and Washington, D.C., the winner gets all the electoral votes for that state. All of them. So when we say Donald Trump won Idaho, then he got all 4 Electoral College votes from Idaho. He gets all of them. They don't split. Some states split. Maine and Nebraska assign their electors according to a proportional system. So Maine and Nebraska, they will split hairs. The rest of the 48 states won't. Any candidate needs at least 270 electors, more than half of all electors, to win the presidential election. So you could win the popular vote, but if you don't win the right states, you won't get the 270 electors. You won't be the president. In most cases, a projected winner is announced on election night. That's tonight. In November, after you vote. Okay, so in most cases, a projected winner, CNN projects, MSNBC projects, Fox News projects, they project, right? Based on the total number of votes they were tallied. Look at this, number 3. But the actual Electoral College vote takes place in mid-December when the electors meet in their states. So in mid-December is when they're going to actually count, cast their Electoral College votes. Why is this important? Thanks for bearing with me. It's important because if someone wanted to disrupt the election, if someone wanted to hinder the election, number one, the first thing they want to do is stop you from voting. If they scare you and make you not go to the polls, then they can interfere with the election. Thus, bomb threats, alleged bomb threats from Russia. Another way that they can stop the election from happening or interfering with the election is to not certify the votes. In 2000, I think it was, George Bush and Al Gore, that election, George W. Bush, W, they were saying, oh, the ballots are not fully punched through. There's chads and divots. It's not a full, we don't know if that was an error or if we can really tally that vote. They threw out a bunch of votes that they said were chadded and divoted. What is a chad and a divot? Well, when you have a piece of cardboard or something, right? You have a little tab. This tab right here has to punch all the way through when you vote. Back in the day, and some things are still like this, some ballots. But you got to poke all the way through. If you don't poke all the way through and you have something that looks kind of like that, kind of half open, half closed, they're going to say, oh, that's divoted. That's not fully, right? If you have like a tab or something that doesn't quite go all the way through, that's a chadded or divoted ballot. And back in the day, they didn't certify votes. thousands of votes because of poor technology, poor mechanical technology. And now in today's world, they still do things like that. So stopping you from voting is one way to prevent an election or interfere with an election. Preventing them from being able to certify for certain votes and throw votes out, that's another way. Another way is, God forbid, if the Electoral College is about to vote and some terroristic type event occurs and they stop the electors from casting real votes. And then last but not least, you stop the vice president from certifying those votes in January. And that's what happened on January 6th. They tried to come in and stop Mike Pence and Nancy Pelosi, the vice president, Speaker of the House, from certifying the votes back in whenever that was, 2020, January 6th. So there's ways to stop the process. All of those ways are illegal. All of those ways are dubious. All right. So it's super important that we vote, y'all. Super, super, super important. Thank you for bearing with me as we went on a Dave Life After Dark podcast educational run. All right. So yeah, that's that. All right. I want to get back to the totals. So according to MSNBC, let's look at the latest totals. Kamala Harris, let's see. In the Senate, the Republicans have 11, the Dems have 10, independents have 1. You know what? Oh, I hope I can catch that. But okay, let me pause it. Cool, I paused it. Notice in the Senate race, the independents got 1 vote. I want to say something about independents. Independence is the biggest growing political party in the United States right now. They said that today. However, independents, as much as you want to vote independent, you don't agree with the Democrats, you don't agree with the Republicans, you don't agree with everything the Dems say, you don't agree with everything the Republicans say. So you know what, man, I ain't voting for neither one of them. The lesser of two evils is still voting for evil. I'm going to go independent. You can do that. But in America, unfortunately, we pretty much have a two-party system. There's so many people in America that vote blue or red, Democrat or Republican. So many that essentially a vote for anything else is a non-vote. And it's going to help the candidate that you don't want to win to win. For instance, you don't want Kamala Harris to win. You don't like Kamala Harris. You like, I ain't with her. But I'm not going to vote for Trump and I'm not going to vote for her. I'm going to go vote independent. If you do that, that's 1 less vote for Kamala, but that's also 1 less vote for the person who can most likely beat her, which is Trump. You should have just voted for Trump. If you really wanted her to not win that bad. Same thing with Trump. You don't like Trump. You don't want Trump to win. But you're like, I don't really like Kamala that much either. But I know I ain't rocking with Trump. If you vote independent, guess what? You just gave Trump an advantage because that's 1 less vote for Kamala that could have helped her beat Trump. I hate to say that, America, but welcome to the two-party system. If you don't like it, then we all got to raise up and create the independent party, the Green Party, the Tea Party, the Black Party, the Hip Hop Party, whatever we got to create. But that means a majority of Americans got to go over there too, because you can't just go by yourself with your peer group. You won't have enough to get anyone elected, but you will have enough to stop someone from getting elected. So that's just something to debate and discuss. That's something to think about. All right, let's continue to look at what's happening with the Electoral College. Trump 214, Kamala 153, according to MSNBC. Trump 214, Kamala 153. Let's go look and see if we can find some more details. Now, the Associated Press. The Associated Press is saying that Trump got to 230 and that Kamala's at 179. Man, Trump was at 232 in 2020. So if this is right, Kamala would have to sweep the rest of everything to win. More than likely. He take one swing state. 2, it's a wrap for sure. Oh, it's getting tight up in here in America. It's getting tight. It's getting tight. All right, let's go to MSNBC. Let's go back to what MSNBC was saying.
Certainly being borne out tonight. 60% of the vote in there. In Georgia, it is too close to call. Getting close.
Georgia, 88% in. Trump is up by 130,000 votes. Sheesh. 136,000 votes difference.
Closer to that final number there, but the margins are just too close to make a call in that presidential race. Same thing in North Carolina. In fact, it's too early to call. We are still awaiting vote there. In Arizona, let's go out west. We've got two battlegrounds out west. We've got Arizona and Nevada. Polls closed there about a couple of hours ago. Well, 2 hours for Arizona, last hour for Nevada. Both of these too early to call. And Tom Yamas over at the board. And we talk about Arizona. We haven't given its due tonight in Maricopa County. And don't forget, the great county of Pima County, home to Tucson, Arizona.
And give some credit to Arizona. Already 50% of the vote is in. I mean, they're doing their job there. So congrats to them. Maricopa County, this is the big swing county that we're going to be watching here. This is going to be about 60% of the vote in the state of Arizona. So important. If you want to win Arizona, you got to win Maricopa. You can see Trump won it in 2016. Biden won it in 2020. Tonight, with 50% in, Kamala Harris is on top right now. Phoenix, one of the fifth largest city in the country, one of the fastest growing areas in the country. Something else interesting about Maricopa, it's not so much people from other states moving there for the jobs. It's people from all over Arizona moving to this area. You have Mesa, Tempe, Scottsdale, a lot of growth there. We're going to go to this other county here, Pima County. Savannah, you've heard of this county? Maybe not. 50% of it is in. This is Tucson. This is a Democratic stronghold, but it's not like Cambridge, Massachusetts, right? It's not 60-40 split. It sometimes is, but not really. Tonight, she's doing well. She's turning out the vote there, about 30% Hispanic in Pima County as well. It's on the border. Just next door to Pima is Yuma. Now, this is majority Hispanic, an interesting county, but this is a place where
Arizona
Republicans can run up the score. Trump overperforming right now. Only 35% of the vote is in. Arizona, still very, very early, 11 electoral votes. As we get information, we'll sort of dissect it and figure it out, but it's going to be a while before we call Arizona, Savannah, as you know.
All right. Thank you, Tom. We got our panel here. We got Chuck. We got Savannah Sellers over here. Chuck, what are you making of what we're seeing, what the trend lines are?
There's a reason why there's anxiety in the Harris camp and growing enthusiasm and optimism. I mean, all the trend lines, this looks a lot more like 2016 to me than it does 2020. And you're seeing whether it's rural turnout surging up, but we've had to up our projection of total turnout in Georgia than what we saw. And as we'd been saying, and we'd seen this, higher turnout was always going to be better for Trump. Not, there's always been this pre-Trump era conventional wisdom used to be Democrats would perform better, but he has the sort of the occasional voter. And it looks like, and we're actually even seeing evidence of what I call these shotgun Trump voters. They come in, they vote Trump, and they leave because there's about 100,000 vote gap. I mean, the Democratic Senate candidates in the blue wall are all in better shape right now than Harris.
And did Republicans crack the code of early voting and finally glomming onto that, even though Donald Trump is sending a separate message?
Well, one might argue now, if you look at the 3 Trump elections, 1, he obsessively made sure people didn't vote early. 2, he didn't. 1 was at 16, and then it's this one. So you may be onto something, but I do think the bigger story is their ability to expand the electorate. He used to have a ceiling of about 47, 48. That's not the case tonight. He expanded it another point or 2. That's significant. As we know, in a razor-thin environment, even if you're just adding 50,000 to your voter rolls, well, that's the difference between winning and losing. Half the blue wall. I heard your Dallas Cowboys thing. I mean, there you go, right?
I mean, do it again?
Yeah, I mean,
it also works for Lambeau Field. That the last 4, literally,
a better stadium to pick. You don't want to have losing team.
Yeah. Oh my God. Here we go. No, just that our elections. Our last election was decided by 80,000 voters in 4 states that would fill.
But can we also remember one other thing here? Because she was trying to do something as a sitting vice president that had never been done before. Succeed an unpopular president. Okay? Hubert Humphrey tried to do this, and he came 1 percentage point short. It was a very close election. The electoral vote wasn't close, but it was a very close election. But he came up short. Al Gore tried to do this. While Bill Clinton's presidency was popular, Bill Clinton, the individual, was not. We all know he came up 537 votes short, as Lester will tell you over and over again. So the last sitting vice president to win was George H.W. Bush, with an outgoing president that had a 60-plus approval rating. He was at 41%. I mean, that is, you are asking somebody to overperform in a way that we may find out was politically impossible.
All right. So is that a conversation we need to have? I don't think so just yet. I think it's still too early to call for sure, but definitely detractors to the Biden administration will say it was too hard for Kamala to overcome Joe Biden's unpopular rating. So he was at what, 41%, I think, today. So what they're saying is statistically it's been hard for a incumbent vice president to overcome the reputation of an administration that had poor numbers. So some people are saying that this might have been a stretch, but I'm not going to say that just yet. I'm just going to wait and see. But that's why we're here. If you want to comment, join the show, man. Join the show. I don't want to stop the show. We're at our 2-hour limit that I normally do, but this is election night, so I don't want to stop the show and I don't want to lose the people that are here. I could drop and come back, but I'm just going to stay on. But what I will do is let MSNBC or NBC continue to discuss, and then I've got to plug in my laptop, make sure I got power. All right, so I'm going to let them keep rolling.
It's a little bit like a postmortem, so I want to make sure we
No, and I don't think we're there.
We have not called.
And let me give you the view
any
from the
of these
Harris
races.
campaign.
And by the way, they know if they win, it's going to be like this. Like their path is razor thin.
That's exactly what they're saying. There's this new memo that is out now from the chair of the Harris campaign that was sent to staffers, obtained by our Monica Alba and our team that covers the Harris camp. And this is exactly the point, right? Which is why I wanted to jump in here on this. They say that the closeness of this race is what we prepared for all along. They still see data trickling in from Sunbelt, but all along they knew it was going to be blue wall. I mean, listen, to a degree, of course, this is what they're going to say, but they say they think they're still feeling good about Pennsylvania, overperforming turnout in Philadelphia and some of these areas. In Michigan, they say there's still a lot of vote to come in. In Wisconsin, there's still a lot of vote remaining. General Mally Dillon says in this memo, we've been saying for weeks, this race may not be called tonight.
I'm going to interrupt here because we do have an NBC News projection in the state of Oregon. NBC News projects that Kamala Harris will win in Oregon when the votes are counted. Here's where
Kamala Harris.
There's the breakdown right
Oregon,
now. 220,000 vote difference, 45% of the vote in. But again, Kamala Harris, the projected winner there. In our road to 270, you see it there on the screen, 214 for Donald Trump, Harris with 153. The big prizes, still no calls. We continue to wait.
Interesting that memo is focusing on the blue wall. That's all but saying they're not expecting a North Carolina victory or a Georgia. Or
those are two states. I'm just looking at this on my computer. I don't see either of those two states mentioned here. They do talk about Nevada and Arizona. It's going to be a bit, but the bottom line is they feel like this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning hours.
The fascinating thing about what Hallie just read, Chuck says this feels like 2016. That's almost verbatim a memo that we got in 2016 saying we're focused on the blue wall. Everyone's focused on the blue wall. No one panic. And we have a lot more vote to count. So I want to be very cautious in saying this. But tonally, it is fascinating that is the message that they're sending.
Well, not for nothing. They did their last rally, Kamala Harris in Philadelphia on the
whole
eve
last
of
day.
the election.
All she did was focus on
which is
All right, so let's look at this. Uncalled battleground states. 88% of the vote is in for Georgia. Trump is up by 2.8 points. 86% of the vote is in North Carolina. Trump is up by 2.8 points. 72% is in Pennsylvania. Trump is up by 3.6 points. Arizona, 51% of the vote is in. Trump is only up by 0.10, a tenth of a point. Michigan, 31% of the vote is in. Harris is up by 3.8 points. Wisconsin, 61% of the vote is in. Trump is up by 1.8. I'm telling you right now, Kamala got to pull Georgia. She got to pull Georgia. She got to pull all these states, man. More than likely, but at least two of these out of Georgia and North Carolina, she got to come up. So the Democrats, I hope and pray that the Democrats, as we always do, voted late. Black folks, I know, vote late. So hope this works out for Kamala. I really do. because I like Kamala. I voted for her. I don't have no problem saying
Exactly
that.
what
They had their eye on the ball.
in
I mean, you
2016.
can't say, right, they didn't do that in 2016, right? She was doing Arizona, she was doing Texas, and she
But
sort
the
of,
night before was in Philly.
true, but they sort of didn't do the blue one. To their credit, I mean,
Yeah.
she lived in Pennsylvania, but I'll tell you this, we'll see. There's probably a lot of people wondering who should be the running mate? Who should be on this Democratic
We
ticket?
had that discussion.
Yeah.
So some people will, if
It'll
she loses
be-
Pennsylvania, there'll be a lot
And if
of,
that's the only state, right, that'll be
If-
the hand range.
but because Josh Shapiro is a very popular
Right.
Democratic governor who was on the short list for vice president. Let's bring Savannah Sellers into this. I mean, what are you reading out of the exit polls? Are you seeing any trend lines? I know you've got your brief. You really look at young voters and you've got your finger on the pulse there. What stands out?
Absolutely. I'll start with some numbers and then give you some anecdotal information. First, let's talk about first-time voters. This is not just young voters, but that's 57% of these first-time voters are under the age of 30. They are breaking for Trump. That is a major reversal from 2020. 53% for Trump right now, 46% for Harris.
It is.
Back in 2020,
Young voters
64%
voting
went
for
for
Trump.
Biden. Something that I've been tracking, and I've been even watching it tonight on apps like TikTok, on apps like Instagram, when you just talk about like who's popular, who do people like? The Harris campaign had such a robust internal social media play. They had this team of 20-somethings. They had very little oversight. They were allowed to kind of post what they wanted, react in real time to trends, to the news cycle.
We
The Trump
remember Brad
campaign-
Summer and the whole Brad.
They
scene from the
co-opted
Harris
that
campaign,
immediately,
right?
exactly, which, by the way, is a compliment to say Brad now. But for the former president, there wasn't so much going on internally. It was not as robust. He had this sort of grassroots organic catch-on TikTok. I heard so many young people say to me in a positive way also, he is a meme. His things travel far. It's objectively funny when you see this information. So many young people, therefore, on these apps were served content straight from and straight about the former president. And we are hearing so much right now. I'm hearing that in lines in Arizona. Gotti was mentioning that earlier. It's so much. It was because I heard him on a podcast. It was because of this thing I saw on TikTok. I also heard from a voter in almost every single swing state and multiple in several of them, including Pennsylvania, voters who were eligible in this age group to vote in 2020 who did not. And they came out tonight to vote for the former president.
I want to say something. I want to say something about the podcast community. So I heard pundits and I heard reporters saying that when they went down the lines in certain states, the polls where people were voting, you know, they were waiting in line to vote. A lot of the millennials and young folks said, yeah, I saw Trump on Joe Rogan. I wasn't sure if I was going to vote for Trump or Kamala, but I saw Trump on Joe Rogan and I like what he had to say and the fact that he came to Joe Rogan. And then they said, and Kamala didn't come to Joe Rogan. So because she didn't come to Joe Rogan and show, by the way, which is the biggest podcast out there, it is. Spotify gave him 100 million. The Joe Rogan Experience, they were saying because Kamala didn't come to Joe Rogan, I'm not going to vote for her because I don't know how she really stands. I don't know her real feelings. That could have been an error. Now I know she came to Club Shay Shay, and I know she went to I think she went to the Breakfast Club earlier in the year. But I saw her on Club Shay Shay, and I think I saw her on The Pivot, I want to say. Obama might have been on The Pivot, and then I think she was on Club Shay Shay. Hey, man, I love that for Black podcasters. I'm a Black podcaster. I love it for Black creators. But you got to go hit the other areas, too. And if Joe Rogan is the biggest podcast on the planet, you got to go there. You must. Can't neglect it because you don't want audience members to feel like, oh, she don't really care about us or what have you. But let's continue.
It's so interesting. He's winning the youth vote in these exit polls. I'd be fascinated to see what the gender breakdown is there too, because this poll with young men, and that was a concerted effort by the Trump campaign, and the Joe Rogan and the bro wave.
I have
seems to be
two
real.
Gen Zers. Okay, I have one who votes and one who's going to be voting next year. One in each gender, and I see it with their friends. You see it. It's real. This gap. This is not about Trump and Harris. There is a growing cultural gap, if you will, between young men and young women.
I have that.
Yeah, the gender gap. The gender gap. Straight up. Yep. Because you have some people that say, look, man, I would vote Democrat, but I can't mess with all of the LGBTQ. I have people that tell me that. They say that I can't do it. And they say, hey, if you vote Democrat, you're supporting the right for someone to change their gender and do all of that stuff. Or you're supporting the right for abortion. And it's almost like, you know, It's almost like they make you choose between saying, hey, I believe in the Bible and I don't believe in abortion. I believe in the Bible and I believe in same-sex marriage. Or I have to throw the Bible out and believe something different. And the thing is, you don't have to throw out your beliefs, but you also don't want to discriminate. And that's a question. That's a personal question for people. That's a personal question. I'm just putting out there what people say to me. So the Democrats have to realize there is a lot of young people that may or may not agree with all of their stances. And if Kamala loses, then that could mean that they were more siding with, like they said, the bro wave. I don't like calling it the bro wave because I feel like you can be a Democrat and say, I prefer same-sex marriages. You can be a Democrat and say, I prefer a woman to not have an abortion, even though she has a right to choose. I prefer to not do it. But people don't want to have those conversations because they want to make it black and white. And there's a lot of gray. There's a lot of gray. There always is. Anyway, let's keep rocking and rolling, man. This is the After Dark podcast. We are looking at the results of the election, man. It's a lot happening tonight. Y'all hanging in there with me late. I appreciate y'all for hanging in there with me late, man. Normally we ended at 2 hours, but tonight we're going to roll for a little bit longer.
That number two, if you want it. The gender gap on this, first-time men, Trump 62%, Harris 36%. First-time women, the gap is less here. Trump 46%, Harris 53%.
Yeah,
so that young men turnout is real.
Well, people who thought that young women would be voting in droves for Kamala Harris, especially because of reproductive rights. I mean, that exit poll does not suggest
Hold
that.
on.
Absolutely.
Hold on, let me show you. So now they're saying 185 for Harris, 230 for Trump. 185 for Harris, 230 for Trump. And I think certain states are coming in. I'm going to have to pull in the details. But MSNBC is showing that the gap is closing. Now, that blue wall's got to hold, y'all. 230 to 185. The blue wall has got to hold if Kamala wants to win. It's got to hold. Trump jumped out to an early lead and has been leading the whole way the entire night. So Trump is leading in Electoral College votes. Let's see. According to the Associated Press, who has been way more, the numbers have been higher. So according to the Associated Press, 230 to 192. The gap is getting a little bit closer. According to the Associated Press, it's 290 to 192. That is closing the gap. 230 to 192, according to Google and the Associated Press. Yep, I'm getting the same thing over here on Google, 230 to 192. $230 to 192. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you guys can see. There you go, 230 to 192. Had to change my camera settings. Man, it's getting tight. Man, it's getting tight. It's getting tight. It is getting tight. I want to get your reaction. Where y'all at, lifers? Where y'all at, lifers? I see YouTube. We got somebody that's watching live. I see Twitter. We got a couple people that's watching live. Facebook got some live people. Let me see who's up on the gram. And then let's see if we can get some more commentary. So 230 to 192. Man, the Associated Press, they are jumping out there. The Associated Press is just saying, now it's saying 205 to 230. 205 to 230. So according to the Associated Press, at least on Google, Washington State, Oregon, and California, and New Mexico and Colorado are being called for Kamala. Oh, They're claiming North Carolina for Trump. They're claiming Ohio for Trump. You still got Georgia. You still got Pennsylvania. Boy, this is actually getting super tight. We could wake up in the morning with like more of a dead heat. If the blue wall holds up, Kamala could win. I mean, 230 to 205 feels closer. It feels closer. It depends. It depends on how. It depends on Georgia. It depends on Georgia. It depends on Georgia. Now CNN is still. Let me make sure this is the live. CNN is still holding back and being a lot more conservative. And this might be. Let's look at this feed. CNN is still saying 227 to 153. So CNN is not calling certain states yet.
All that is Trump is tick boxing in very unreal, some of them. I mean, if you look at the Trumpometer which someone has put up, he hasn't kept most of his promises in all these areas, but he still wins. So even if you look at the businesses, after that huge violence which happened and everybody condemned all that, all those guys have gone back to Trump.
Well, you know what? This is an interesting. Let me see what MSNBC is saying. Let's see.
They're favored. They've already held their two vulnerable seats.
Oh, sorry,
Nebraska's
you guys.
sitting out there,
Sorry.
and it's really is a coin flip race right now. That's a unique situation. But they could get to 53
My bad,
or 54,
y'all. I wasn't
which
showing
could
on my
put the
screen.
Senate
I'm
out of
sorry.
reach for Democrats for 4 years. So at this point tonight,
Hey, Florida.
it's about whether Democrats can
What's
hold
going
enough
on,
of their
Florida in
seats
the
this
building?
cycle
Representing
so they
Florida. I see y'all
actually
watching.
have a shot
PLO
in winning back the
What's up?
Senate, can be competitive in 2026.
Sherrod Brown way outspent Bernie Moreno in Ohio too. Just dumped a ton of
keep
money
watching.
pro
And you're welcome to
Democratic
come up to the
allies in the
stage
state
and
of
discuss.
Ohio. But remember why the Senate
PLO
matters,
stickers.
not
You're
to give a
welcome to come up to
civics
the
lesson
stage
here,
and
right?
discuss.
But the Senate can
If
act
you
in
have
some
any
ways as the
comments.
brakes or the
This is a
accelerator
feedback
for
show
whoever
tonight.
ends up in the White House.
Feedback
They can
show.
either
And I'm
get
opening
a
the stage.
president's
Just no
policies
trolling.
moving to a degree if the
Share
House
ideas.
is the same party
I
or
went with
not, right? And
Kamala. I
that's
voted
what
Democrat.
this comes down to here is how much
And I just
if
want to
it
know
is
why
Donald
people
Trump in the
voted
White
what they
House
voted,
and
or
a
how they
Republican
feel. If they
Senate,
don't want to tell
what
me
could
how
they
they
do
voted,
for
they
his
can just say,
policies if it is
"Hey,
Kamala
here's what I
Harris in
think
the
is
White
gonna
House
happen."
and a Republican Senate? How does that interplay work when it comes to some of the issues?
I have to say the House is much more important, though, at this point. If the Democrats are not going to win the White House, they have to have that. I mean, if you win the White House, you want your party to have that. If you're going to not have a chamber, don't have the Senate. It's the House you really worry about because the House has subpoena power.
Yeah.
And so if the House is of the same party, you can navigate Washington a lot easier. The Senate's not easy, but you can find bipartisan coalitions in the Senate.
And this is what the House looks like right now.
The House, at this point, whoever wins the presidency, you want your party to have, because if you don't, then it's subpoena, and then you can be tied up. Your entire agenda can get tied
But
up.
unlike the Senate,
Correct.
we're not talking about the House tonight in almost.
No doubt, we might not be talking about the House until we go to Savannah's for Thanksgiving. And even then, it may be the Friday after.
At your own risk. I think y'all know how I cook. But I mean, the House is not expected to track the presidential. And
Correct,
so the
because
Senate,
of New York and California.
yes, exactly. And we'll be waiting New York and California. Some of these tight races, it could be weeks. It was weeks in 2020. But I mean, the prospect is there. If
I'm gonna take us over to the Telegraph because it looks like the Telegraph has a similar map. So let's go to the Telegraph. Telegraph is showing Harris 205, Trump 230. Yeah, and they got it right here. Okay, look, latest results: Virginia. It's saying Democratic hold. New Mexico, yep. Oregon, yep. So it looks like we still got Georgia, Arizona, Michigan. Yeah. We still got a lot out there, man. I'm trying to see who's watching. Hey, man, thanks to everybody who's watching. I do not want to end this live because if I end the live, I may not get enough people back, and I don't want that to happen. I want people that's watching, that's been rocking with me, to stay with me. We knew this was going to go into the late hours of the night. We knew that. And we're going to Ride it out. If I leave the live, then I think what'll happen is some people will not join, and then we won't have the numbers. So I want to keep the numbers up. So yeah, let's stay and watch. This is the Telegraph. The Telegraph is also projecting 205 to 230. Let me see if I can find a little bit more research on what's happening with the numbers. I'm gonna send, and I need to send myself a link, you guys. Send myself a link so I can pull up these numbers because this is important. I like to kind of go state by state, if possible. I definitely like to go state by state. All right, here it is. I'll send myself this information. All right, cool. Let's see, what are they saying here? All right, so they just have music going. All right, let's go back to the discussion over here on MSNBC.
Trump is talking about coming out and saying something. What are you hearing from the Harris campaign?
Yeah, well, I always defer to the Pod Save America guys. If they want to go, you'll let me know when they're ready. But we are waiting to hear, of course, from Kamala Harris at some point over the course of this evening. No indication when that would happen. Some early indications that might happen in the course of this hour. No confirmation on that at this time. We'll keep you posted as we know. I will tell you, though, in the course of the last 15 minutes, NBC News did obtain a memo that was sent out by the chair of the Harris campaign, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the woman who orchestrated Joe Biden's victory in 2020. This was sent to staff, and it gives you a sense of where they are heading into this evening. They expect nothing will be determined until late into the night, and certainly they say they're going to be at this again tomorrow. But as she notes in this memo again, she says that they have always said that the clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states. And here's what she says specifically about Pennsylvania. She says that we overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia and overperformed in our early vote expectations in Bucks County, one of those key collar counties, those key suburbs of Philadelphia. She says we don't have election day results from Philadelphia, but we do know that we overperformed turnout expectations there and have seen especially high turnout in places with non-white and student populations. One thing they're keeping a close eye on right now. About Michigan particularly, they say the city of Detroit won't be reporting out until roughly midnight, but that they have seen strong turnout from early vote and election day voting in other parts of the state. And finally, in Wisconsin, where they're keeping a close eye on that blue wall, that they do not expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. But the biggest takeaway perhaps from this memo is the sense that as the chips start falling, it appears that they are leaning heavily into the blue wall, which started and may be ending as their best path to victory here. In spite of some numbers that show they still have some ground to make up, there's still a lot of data out there. And that's where, at least according to her memo, which effectively said goodbye to the staff for the night, said we'll do it again late into the night and start again strong in the morning. That's where they are as this night heads toward midnight.
All right, Peter, thank you. Now, without further ado, let's go to the hosts of Pod Save America, Democrats John Lovett and Dan Pfeiffer, both White House veterans. And Dan, I know you to be a number cruncher, and I wonder what you're thinking about the numbers that you're seeing. You just heard what the Harris campaign is saying, but the vibe check is that this path is narrowing significantly and that it's blue wall or bust at this point for Kamala Harris.
Let me just pause on that point. Blue wall or bust. That means that the Democrats have to pull all of the states that they normally pull that are blue, that are Democratic. And you know what? They knew it was going to be tight. They knew it was going to be tight, but it is definitely proving to be tight. Definitely proving to be tight. Right now, Donald Trump has 230 Electoral College votes, and some people are saying that Kamala only has 180. I'll show you the MSNBC poll. These are the numbers for MSNBC. All right. It's saying that the Dems have 12 seats in the Senate. Republicans have 11. Independents have 1, and there's 10 seats that are remaining. All right, so MSNBC is saying Trump has 230 Electoral College votes. Kamala has 185. I want to caution you guys that these numbers are different when you go to different sites. And the reason they're different is because of how certain sites are more bold about calling a number. Oh, let me see what's going on with CNN.
They see ahead in the coming days and hours, and my colleague Jeff Zeleny is here with me. The memo essentially says, Jake, that the returns are coming in slowly. They still see their path, but that path is largely going to be through the blue wall, as Jeff and I were just discussing.
Blue wall.
The key point that Jen O'Malley Dillon is making is that this is a close race. This is the close race that they have been expecting. She says to her staff, we are built for this. Let's finish the night out. We will see you tomorrow. They are not expecting this to be wrapped up tonight.
They are not, because the margins are so small. And just reading from that memo, should we have known all along our clearest path to 270 was through the blue wall states. And again, they point out the cities we were talking about, Milwaukee, Detroit, and of course, Philadelphia. Abby, a central question hanging over all of this, and indeed the crowd here waiting behind us, is Vice President Harris going to address the crowd? That is a possibility. We will see in the coming days as we hear some helicopters overhead here. We will see. But the bottom line is they know this is a close race. This is going to be not resolved tonight in their eyes.
Yeah, Jeff, this is a critical moment, I think, for the Harris campaign to show where they get to 270. And Jake, it looks like they are not foreclosing really on anything in the map right now that is not called. They're still waiting for the polls to close in parts of the Sun Belt, for those results to come trickling in. But again, it's the blue wall again. It is.
Let me pause, Gabby, right now. Shout out to Gabby and CNN and Jake Tapper. They're doing their thing. I do notice that CNN is being a little bit more conservative this year, because they got in trouble last election, I believe, I believe so, by calling things a little bit too early. MSNBC is jumping out there. They jumping out the window. MSNBC. Okay, so let's just look at the numbers. Bottom right hand corner. I'm going to zoom in. CNN is saying Trump 227, Harris 165. That is 62 Electoral College votes difference. This is at 8:57 p.m. Pacific, which is 11:57 p.m. Eastern. CNN is saying 227 to 165. MSNBC is saying 230 to 185. So they've given Trump 3 more Electoral College votes. They've given Kamala 20 more. 230 to 185. That is MSNBC. You can still see that there's a 5 million vote difference according to MSNBC. Trump has 60 million votes in the popular vote. Harris has 55 million. A 4.271 million difference in votes. All right, now that's MSNBC. Let's go over to. So we just saw CNBC. I'm sorry. We just saw CNN says 227 for Trump to 165. MSNBC was saying 230 to 155. And then we go over to which site is this? The Telegraph. This publication is saying 230 to 205. So they're giving Harris 205, and I'm assuming that would be because of Washington, the 12 that are in Washington, the 7 that are over on the Western Oregon, right? That's what I'm assuming. I could be wrong, but Trump 230, Harris 205. When you look at the Associated Press, same thing. Harris 205, Trump 230. So certain places are being a little more liberal in giving the nod to Harris, probably in a tally that's leaning blue. Like if we just zoom into the Associated Press, you have the light blue. The light blue. Let me zoom in, y'all. So I gotta make sure I get this right. Hold on. Minnesota over here and Wisconsin. Minnesota's light blue. I'm going to go back to the Associated Press. Minnesota's light blue. Minnesota is light blue in the Associated Press. And in the Associated Press, Wisconsin is light red. Wisconsin, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Wisconsin. Wisconsin is light red. Minnesota is light blue. So this is how the numbers are changing just a little bit. This is going to be very, very interesting. If some of those light reds can flip the light blue, if Georgia can go blue, we have a race. If Trump grabs any of those swing states, it's a wrap. It's the wrap. Man, I'm telling you, it is getting close out in these Electoral College streets. But this is why you got to go vote. And this is why you just can't assume that you're going to take the states that you always assume. Look, man, I had so many people that said, hey, man, the Democrats can't assume I'm just going to vote Democrat because I'm black. They got to earn my vote. And I agree with that. I do. I really do. Some people may say, oh, Dave, you're a Democrat, man. Yeah. And I feel certain ways about the Republican Party and some of their policies and things like that. I do. And I'm not here to debate all of that because, your preferences are your preferences. But I had people that say, yo, man, the Democratic Party has to earn my vote. And I do agree with that. It's hard to earn it. Hard to earn it in 90 days or what have you. But it's not over. So let's see what happens because, like I said, a lot of times these late voters are Democrats. So let's really see what happens. I'm going to go back to CNN and we'll catch up to the live, but I want to see what Jake had to say.
It's Pennsylvania, it is Wisconsin, and it is Michigan, where the best chances are for Harris to get to that.
Welcome back. We are continuing with our coverage on the U.S. presidential race, and the latest projections that CNN is talking about is seeing a lead, in fact, a win for Trump from North Carolina. That's one of the key swing states that has been won by the Republicans, and that aspect becomes a very, very crucial one when it is about this race to the White House. We also are.
So they're saying, okay, so this must be CNN worldwide. So I think they're saying that it's a possibility Trump may have won North Carolina. All right, let's go to MSNBC. Let's go there live. See what they're saying.
And this is new right now. This is Bucks County. 56% in. Still a lot of the vote is out. There's only about a 400 vote difference there. We're still waiting on 183,000 votes. So Republicans can't really draw too much out of this. But Democrats would rather these counties were all blue. Let's move a little further south around the collar counties of Philadelphia here. Montgomery County, this is where Governor Shapiro is from, 61%. Performing slightly under Joe Biden, but not too bad. Chester County, 58 to 54. That's a bigger gap there. Again, remember, Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania because he does better than Hillary Clinton in those suburbs around Philadelphia. And let's take a look at Philadelphia right now. 81 for Biden, 77 for Kamala Harris. There's still about 30% of the vote is out. But again, these aren't the trend lines that Democrats are going to want to see. Look, it could all change when that vote comes in. This is where we are right now. This is a snapshot in time. It could all change. Erie County is another swing county that we're watching. About 75% of the vote is in. She's overperforming Biden there. That's a good sign for her, especially in Western PA, where Democrats knew they were going to have some trouble because of the issue of fracking. And let's look at Allegheny County real quick. This is Pittsburgh. 94% of the vote is in, and she's about at the same mark where Biden is. That's where we stand right now, guys, in Pennsylvania.
How about Wisconsin? Can you do Door County? Because as you well know, fun fact alert, Door County has, do you like the fun fact alert?
Fun fact number 7.
It's picked the president the last 6 elections.
Yeah, so right now, if that's what
Uh-oh, my bad.
blue, that's a great sign for Democrats. I'm going to look at another one like I.
So they're saying that Door County, which has predicted the president the last couple of elections, is blue in Wisconsin. I mean, I don't know if you're superstitious, but according to the history books, Door County has been right in X amount of elections. and it's blue by a sliver. Look at that, 10,098 votes for Trump, 10,564. Good Lord, that is 400 and what is that, 56? If my math is right. If I'm wrong, it's 444. I could be wrong, but that's only 400 votes, y'all. Goodness gracious, this is a tight race.
Mentioned Sauk County. This is another one that usually picks the winner.
If that's true, if Door County predicts it.
Trump is on top here. Biden won it in 2020, so he's really overperforming, going from 48 to 52. But again, there's still about 30% of the vote that's out there. So we got to wait and see. The big ones we're watching in Wisconsin, as you know, Savannah, Dane County, University of Wisconsin here, the fastest growing area of the state. 75%. She's slightly underperforming there again.
Picks.
She has to turn out in these cities
because,
and you're
right,
like the other battleground states, I should say, unlike the other battleground states, there are not large minority groups in Wisconsin. It's the widest of all the battleground states. And then Milwaukee, again, we're going to wait till late to get all the vote in Milwaukee. She's at 66%. 4 years ago, Joe Biden won Milwaukee, and he won the state of Wisconsin with 69%. She's going to have to turn up that vote and hope her voters show up. Guys?
Yeah. We got a lot of vote to count there, though, in Wisconsin.
You could call it the battle of the bellwethers, if that's what you're looking at here. I also think Bucks County, I will take my Bucks County native privilege as somebody who grew up there. It's an interesting one because you've got lower Bucks, central Bucks, upper Bucks, and it looks different in certain Starbucks. You also have to Here it comes. I love it. Get the M&Ms ready too. But it looks different than like Montgomery County, Delaware County demographically here. And I was in touch with a good Republican source there who thinks that Donald Trump is going to do better. And we're seeing it, starting to see it in some of these numbers in Bucks than he did in 2020. That said, remember, this was a +4 county for Joe Biden back in 2020. It is represented by a Republican in Congress. So it's one of these places, very, very swingy, and a place that a lot of folks are watching. And I see you nodding your head, Jen.
Yeah, well, I did not grow up in Bucks County, but I've spent a lot of time thinking about Bucks County over the course of many years in politics. You know, looking at county as Tom was going through it, one of the things that we're seeing over and over again is that she's underperforming where Biden was in 2020. It doesn't mean that's where Biden would have performed, where he's still the nominee. But it does, and that's not just in Pennsylvania, where you're seeing it in Wisconsin, you're seeing it in other places.
You got to let me know.
One of the things as we watch this results that I've been thinking about that Democrats will have to think about, depending on what happens here, is there's been a realignment of states Democrats focus on. And, you know, Georgia and North Carolina are in many ways like baby blue. And I mean that because they've only been blue for one cycle, right? So they've done that because of organizing on the ground, but they're not reliably blue. And the problem is Ohio and Florida are gone.
In the case of North Carolina, it was baby blue in 2008 and not since.
It hasn't been since. So that's, I don't know what color it is. It's lavender. So yes, exactly. So I think one of the things that they will need to think about, regardless of the outcome, is where the states are that they're going to play. They would love to have Texas, of course. Texas didn't turn out for them to work out. Maybe it wouldn't for 8 years. But with states off the map, it's like, is it Georgia and North Carolina? Are there places they need to invest? That's one of the challenges.
I'm getting an increasing number of texts from Democratic sources who are looking at these returns come in, the fact that she's not meeting her benchmarks in these various counties where she needs to, who are really starting to take that reflective tone of Democrats and thinking about the next election cycle need to think about how to better meet voters where they are. Again, we still have a lot of vote to come in. We still have to see what happens with the blue wall. But the fact that this is such a fight for them, the fact that this is a tied race, it's also taking a step back. Voters saying so far, at least, they like Trump.
Well, it's so interesting, too, because I remember in our earlier days in politics, after Republicans lost to Barack Obama, there was this famous autopsy commissioned by the head of the RNC that said and gave some tough love to Republicans saying, listen, this country is changing demographically. And if you don't get a piece of that pie, you're going nowhere. Well, how interesting that we actually are seeing tonight Donald Trump getting more of the Latino vote. We'll see if he, got a better share of the black vote. I don't think we've seen that in the exit polls yet, but you're starting to see that.
Yeah, that is true. And I also, though, will say it wasn't a policy campaign, right? There weren't policy proposals that were dueling. To me, it seems much more cultural, what you're seeing.
Well, isn't that the note for Democrats?
That is a harder thing to grapple with. That's my point. It takes a lot of deep soul searching. We don't know what the outcome is going to be. But if you look again to the breakdown, college versus non-college educated, rural versus urban. Those are big cultural issues that are beyond whether somebody has an 81-page economic plan or whatever their other plan is. And that's a different
I disagree
conversation.
with you a little bit, Jen, on
All
that.
right, it's
I do
okay.
think
Level of disagreement. Go ahead.
I do think there was policy, but it was more around the record. So I mean, Donald Trump was running as the incumbent president without being the incumbent president. He was running on his record primarily prior to COVID and reminding people, whether it was on the immigration, the economy. I mean, I remember when I was on the 2020 campaign prior to the pandemic, I think we were down for a Democrat debate in Atlanta, and an African-American gentleman came up to me and like looked around and said, I like your guy because everybody's got work and our paychecks are going up. Now, COVID scrambled everything. But I think a lot of people, especially in those communities that are moving over, they're doing it based off of, well, I remember whether it was the border was secure, the economy was better, prices were lower under Donald Trump. So it was an incumbent campaign.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, man. I
With the
know a lot of
benefit
people voted
of
based on
that's
economy.
It's a bit of a revision. We don't have to argue about that. It's a bit of a revisionist. It is a revisionist. So to me, that still is a messaging cultural thing and not actually a policy debate.
Wars.
Okay,
I'll give you that part.
Garrett Haake is at Trump Election Night headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. How's it going there, Garrett?
So I know some people voted on the economy. We're going to see what happens.
Lester, there's sort of a barely contained sense that the party is really going to get started here at any moment at this Trump election headquarters. Every time a new result is announced on screen behind me, there are huge cheers from a crowd that has been filing in here, drinking beer, wine, and cocktails for some time now and is ready to celebrate. And I'll just say, anecdotally, it is a younger crowd. It is a younger crowd than other election nights I've covered, other Republican
events. Hold on. I want to jump
that
over to the MSNBC because they've been kind of reporting everything. So MSNBC, let's see what they say. 189, 188, so 230 to 188. Hope is saying that that it's 210. So let me go to the Associated Press. MSNBC stand. Yeah, yep. Harris 210. 210 according to the Telegraph and also the Associated Press. Associated Press, this feed. Oh, sorry, let me jump over here. So the Associated Press, this feed right here is, I'm zooming in. They're saying 210 to 230. Hey, that's a dead heat. I got it. Hope or Sipping Tea with D. What's up, D? Let me know how she got to 210. What state did she just win? What state did Kamala just win to get us to 210? Let me know. Let me know. I'm gonna put that in the comments. What state did Kamala just win to get to 210? I'm gonna tell you right now, this is gonna be tight. And that blue wall, Democrats, we gotta hold the blue wall. And I'm saying we because I did vote Democrat. Gotta hold the blue wall. Gotta do it. We don't hold that blue wall, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Gotta hold the blue wall. So somebody give me the breakdown of let me see if I can pull up. All right, let me share this. Okay. So this is the live feed from MSNBC News. MSNBC News, but this is not the 210 number. MSNBC is showing 189. Going back to their other webpage, MSNBC is showing 189. So I won't know how they get to the 210. Looking at their detailed page, but at least I can look at the detailed page to show you what's happening. Here it is. All right, so going to their detailed page. This is for the president. All right, Connecticut will be Kamala. New Hampshire, they're saying too early to call. Massachusetts, they bring it to Kamala. So let me see if I can break this down. All right, Vermont, they're giving to Kamala 3 electoral votes, 97% of the vote in. 97%. New York, 91% of the vote in. Going to Kamala. Massachusetts is only 48% of the vote in, but they're giving it to Kamala according to MSNBC. Connecticut, same thing. 7 electoral votes, 41% of the vote in again to Kamala. I'm interested. Let me see Georgia. Georgia, 93% of the vote in. Too close to call. But Trump is up. He's up by, what's that? About 120,000 votes. A little bit less than it. 93% of the vote in. Man, Georgia is going to be a call. Where is Georgia at? Retro, are y'all? What's gonna happen out in Georgia? What is Georgia doing? What's the feeling in Georgia? What's the feeling in Georgia, man? Hey, if you want to join the live, shout out to D. Sunshine, what's up? Hey, look, y'all can join the live, man. Don't hit the plus sign on Instagram. Come to YouTube. As a matter of fact, everybody is watching on YouTube. Come on over there. Come on over to I'm sorry, that's on YouTube. Everybody that's watching on Instagram, y'all come on over to YouTube. Everybody. Sade, Lift. Sade, you already one of my day ones. Come on over to YouTube. Uplift, Sunshine. Look like you might be a new follower. Alicia. Y'all come on over, man. Come on over to YouTube. Go look for DaveLifeTV, all one word. When you go to DaveLifeTV, all one word, you'll see right there on the homepage is this live. I made sure that live was up on the homepage. Okay? So y'all go to DaveLifeTV, all one word. And come on over to live and subscribe. And then you guys can hit the plus sign on the invite. I'm gonna put it in the comments and y'all can join. I want some feedback. I want to see how y'all feeling. Click the link to join. Don't troll. All right, cool. We here. Here. I don't like the reverse. Okay. Let's look at the details. Sorry, I took you guys off on a little tangent. Let's look at the details. Okay. All these small states over in the corner. All these small states. Delaware, 98% in. That's going to Kamala. Maryland, 80% in. They're going to give it to Kamala because the gap is so much larger. 59% versus 37%. Virginia, 90% going to Kamala. Yep, Kamala, all that's Virginia. Now, North Kakalaki, Queens City, Charlotte, North Carolina, man. 90% in, they're giving it to Trump. And 90% in, they're giving it to Trump. I mean, if Kamala pull that state, if the 10% that's remaining goes to the Democrats, that would be so interesting. Okay, this is why people project things certain ways and may have to backtrack. It's 90% in, though. All right, Georgia, 93% in. They're giving it to Trump. Let's look at that. North Carolina. North Carolina has 90% in, and there is 150,000 vote gap. Georgia, 93% in, and there is 120% vote gap, roughly. 120,000 vote gap. It's going to be interesting, you guys. Georgia and North Carolina, Democrats got to pull them. West Virginia, 96%. They're giving it 70 to 30. They're giving it to Trump. Ohio, 92%. 55 to 43, Trump. Indiana, 88%, but it's like 60 to 40 Trump. Illinois, 87%, 51 to 47, Kamala. Shout out to Chicago. Shout out. Now let's look at New Jersey. New Jersey, 86% in. They're giving it to Kamala. All right. That's only a 190,000 vote difference, but it's 86% in. Pennsylvania, again, 87% in. Oh, damn, that's less than 100,000 votes. That's like 80,000. Did I say that right? No, it's 160,000 votes. Yeah, 160, my bad. 160,000 votes. 87% in, too close to call. Michigan, 50% in. They're separated by 100,000 votes, 170,000, too close to call. Wisconsin, 78% in, separated by 100,000 votes, too close to call. Minnesota, 57% in. Yeah, way too close to call. New Mexico, 88% in. This was projected to go blue by some people, and it looks like MSNBC is not quite ready to see it. New Mexico's 5 electoral votes, 88% in. Looks like they're separated by 50,000 votes. Colorado, 71% in, but they're giving it to Harris. Arizona, 50% in. They're going with Trump. Damn, that's 49.9 and 49.3. Arizona? And Arizona was blue last time. Ooh, Trump is winning. Utah, 36% in. That was red last time. I mean, I'd be surprised if Utah flipped, but it don't look like it. But I would be surprised if Utah flipped. Nevada, too early to call, 2% in. Man, why Vegas, y'all still out there gambling? Why the hell are y'all at 2% at midnight on the East Coast? Y'all, Vegas is funny. Hey man, if you want to join it live, hit the button. We here, man. We here. We covering it. Shout out to everybody that's watching on YouTube. I see it, man. Make sure you on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe. Please follow, subscribe, and like this video. Like a couple of videos, but like this video and subscribe. I mean, subscriptions mean so much. We're trying to get to 1,000. We're almost monetized when we get to 1,000, and when we get to 4,000 watch hours. Please, please, please continue. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to YouTube. I appreciate y'all that's supporting on YouTube. All right, let's go to a live. We just looked at the numbers. That was MSNBC. Let's go to some more reporting. All right, now this is the live MSNBC tally that is going on. Let's see what they're talking about over here on MSNBC. We just looked at everything, so it should still be, according to them, 185, I think, to 230, 189 and 230. All right, that's more of a conservative view, no pun intended, on the 189. Some of the other sites are saying 182. Let me just jump. CNN is saying 182 to 230. Let's see. Let's listen to a little bit of this.
And he voted for Trump a third time. So some of them have been in Trump's camp, like a Bill Govier. But Joseph Knowles is a +1, voted Democrat all his life, right? So there, Macomb County, we got a long way to go here, 36%. But
my
Trump
bad,
at
y'all.
58, when you round that up, Trump at 53, right there. So again, we'll see if that sustains itself.
Yeah.
And the Biden number at 45, the Harris number at 40. If that's the number at the end, then it's very hard.
Well,
to
there
see
you
it coming
go,
back
and
in
you can
Michigan.
see why, and not all of that change is from that one issue or that one demographic I described, but that is quite significant if it holds. Let's go to Pamela Brown at the voting desk. Let's jump to Wisconsin if we could, because Pamela wants to talk about Milwaukee and what's going on there. Pamela?
Yeah, I've been talking to officials there in Milwaukee County as well as the city. Let's look at Milwaukee County right now. A large portion of the vote that remains is from Milwaukee City itself. This is the largest county. This is the largest city in Wisconsin. According to a source in Milwaukee County, 9 out of 19 municipalities are completely reported. And the source also says that the county clerk there expects all results from Milwaukee County to be reported between 2 and 4 a.m. tonight, Central Time. So these results coming in overnight there from Milwaukee County. That's the expectation. Now, let's dive in here to the Milwaukee City. I just spoke to an official there. Milwaukee City has 27,724 mail-in ballots left to be counted so far. In addition, officials are still waiting for results from 4 wards still, and those would be the day of votes. So from election day. So there's still quite a bit to go to count tonight there in Milwaukee City. For context, 69% went for Biden in 2020. And as I mentioned, this is the largest county in Wisconsin. So we're keeping a close eye on this.
All right, Pamela, thanks so much. Let's take a look at Wisconsin as long as Pamela drove us here.
So a critical point she makes, 4 wards in the city of Milwaukee still haven't reported their election day votes. And again, anecdotally, just texting people out in the state, they said turnout was good. They weren't saying great or gangbusters. They were saying good. So you wait. But again, so we're waiting for the city. This is Milwaukee plus the suburbs around it. The county is what you see here. But she's at 66% and Joe Biden's at 69%. So when those city of Milwaukee votes come in, that not only does that percentage need to move, but that math needs to change quite significantly if you're trying to make up that. Now, 96,000. That's better than 150,000, right? Simple math, people. We always say politics can be very complicated. Sometimes it comes down to basic arithmetic. Are there enough votes still out there to overcome a 96,000 vote lead? And so if Pam says 4 big wards are still out in
96,000 vote lead
in Milwaukee County, the answer is maybe. Right? Again, you're getting to the point where you're drawing to an inside straight flush. But maybe. So then you look around in other Democratic areas, and again, Eau Claire, she's getting 55% of the vote. I just want to compare that. That's okay, a little better maybe, but it's not a ton of. It's just not a ton of people there. And you come down to La Crosse.
So they're looking at Wisconsin. They're looking at Wisconsin to see.
It's not a huge swing anyway. So even if you pick up some votes,
any smaller counties.
There. So if you're looking at this map now, I just want to check what was our percentage here. 95% in Dane County, and these other blue counties around it. I'll hit them for you. You just see they're pretty small population-wise. I mean, not tiny, but again, you're at 95% Rock County, 95% Greene County. 92% Lafayette County. That one is a little bit smaller. So again, the math's getting really hard if you're trying to figure out can Harris come back in Wisconsin. And I would say simply that it comes down to that, and those Milwaukee precincts that are out better be gangbusters.
May I do a personal prerogative? May I see the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? We haven't checked in there in a while, and that's obviously a place.
Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
And I have questions about it. One of them is Allentown, which is blue right now. Allentown, the city of Allentown is 54% Latino, 54%, and Pennsylvania, as we've discussed, has the 3rd largest Puerto Rican population on the mainland, behind only New York and New York and Florida. So my question is, how is she doing in this Latino area compared to Joe Biden 4 years ago?
Again, cannot go granular just into the city of Allentown. But you can look at Lehigh County here, right? And I can already tell you, 51 to 48. If you're the Trump campaign, sure, you'd like to win it. But you're looking at 48% in Lehigh County, and you're feeling pretty good because you were 46 last time. Right? And again, within a battleground state, you think margins within the margins, the battlegrounds within the battleground. So Joe Biden at 53% with 98,000 votes. The vice president at 50% with 93,000 votes. We're not completely done there, but that 5,000 votes makes a big difference. It just does. Right? So that's there, right? So then you come out here and you come up. Let's just move on up, right?
Real quick, they're looking at how Kamala is faring against Joe Biden 4 years ago, and they're saying that if Joe Biden won with 306 Electoral College votes, that hopefully, if Kamala's doing better than him in these smaller counties, that it's looking good for her. And what we're finding is she's trailing Biden from 4 years ago. So that's part of the discussion. I know it's granular. I know it's getting detailed. I know we're getting into the weeds. It's hour number 3. But hang in there because they're really trying to tell us what is going on down in the weeds. Sorry, let me add that back. Had to hit the wrong button. All right, let's bring him back.
Carbon County, look at this. Trump getting 73% of the vote. You know, he's improved. That's one of the places he's overperformed himself. And then you move up here. This is Lackawanna County, Scranton, Pennsylvania, Joe Biden's hometown. It's a tough, competitive blue-collar area, but 51-48 now. 54-45.
And if that movement of 4%
right,
can be the whole thing.
It's a couple thousand votes here. It's a couple thousand votes there. I want to show you
By the
something
way,
else.
can I just point out
Erie has now flipped.
Erie, which has always voted with the presidential victor in Pennsylvania and nationally, is now with Trump.
Has flipped. And let's see where the turnout is there. Again, it's one of the 25. They're at 95%. It's very close, but it's always very close. So you see Erie County, very close there. And I just want to come across the state, Northampton County. So you're on the, your Buffalo, New York border, and here's New Jersey here. You've got, 52-47 there. Not done yet, but the two multi-pivot counties, twice for Obama, then for Trump, then for Biden. At the moment, they're going back to Trump. I just want to show one more thing we haven't shown tonight. I just want to bring this up and bring this out. It's not here. It is here. No, it is here. Sorry. I will figure this out eventually. I promise you. I just have too many gizmos. Just want to come in here. Come on. And show you this. So let's go out nationally first. Everyone's been talking all night long about the headwinds. There'll be a lot of questions asked about this after the fact. This is not a good environment for any incumbent. Kamala Harris is the incumbent vice president. What this shows you is not votes. This shows you the darker the county, the more that county has been hit by inflation. Meaning, the darker the county, the more cost of living, energy prices, gas prices, housing prices in a lot of places have outpaced wage increases. Right? Try to find me. See the green?
Yeah, what does that mean?
That's the county where your wages have outpaced inflation. You can use a hand. You will fill one hand. In the more than 4,000 counties and townships in the United States, you use one hand to fill out the counties where wages have outpaced inflation.
So, observations.
So I just want to come back into your comment.
Oh my goodness!
I want to come back to your comment. The darker the county, the more punishing. The more inflation has outpaced your wages. Your cost of living. And just look. I mean, the fact that she's doing as well in the suburbs is a testament to the Democratic strength there. But you see in these other places, it's just that was the headwind, and that came up. I can tell you, I was on the road for 15 months, and that came up from the
inflation. All right, they're saying that your wages are not exceeding inflation in the darkest areas. You're getting hit hard. The cost of a loaf of bread and the cost of a gallon of milk and the cost of rice and eggs is a lot more in the darker areas than the money you're making to buy those things. That's what they're saying. All right. We need to talk about that because I heard that a lot in my market research, just discussing with friends. They were like, yo, man, the cost of living is ridiculous. And they blamed Biden and they blamed Kamala. They did. Whether it was rightfully so or not, whether it was from the previous Trump administration or not, whether it's from the war that's going on in Russia and the Ukraine, or whether it's support or in the Middle East that we give that's affecting our money to put into the domestic problems. It's happening right now. People don't like it. And you see that's what's happening. People are voting. So we're going to continue to discuss this, but we are in the throes of this election at 12:33 Eastern, 9:33 Pacific. We are in the throes of voting.
First trip to the last trip, even for people voting for Harris, even for people gladly and proudly voting for Harris, we're saying it still sucks when I go to the grocery store.
Yeah, and that's also why the right track, wrong track numbers are 75% wrong track, 25, but the election's not 75%, 25, because there are people who think it's wrong track, but they're still going to vote for the Democrat. Yet, this is difficult to fight against if you're in the incumbent.
That's North Carolina. Especially you're trying to win back.
Look at all the dark colors in Arizona and Nevada.
It gets worse as you go west. That's what I was going to say. Then you're in Georgia. Look, this is the Atlanta suburbs, right? If she loses just a little tiny bit, right? And look down here. These are working class people, right? And then you're absolutely right. Then you come out here and you look at in Arizona, That's Maricopa County. That's the largest county. Up here is usually Democratic area.
He's winning Maricopa County.
He is at the, well, that's just the, let's see, let's come up there. It's close. That one's close still at half and half.
All right.
As you bring that out. And then you come here. This to me, of all the visits, you want to talk a place that still has the COVID body bruise.
Yep.
Because unemployment hit 30%,
Nevada?
twice the national average.
Tourism.
And then the cost of living. I mean, look at it right there. Where, again, the darker the county, the more, and out here it's housing more than anything. Housing in Vegas. A lot of people rent. There's not a lot of land to build new houses.
All right, so we're gonna see what's going on with some of the other channels. Man, this is interesting. Shout out to the live that's watching. Shout out to everybody that's watching on live.
A lot of the working class people out there complaining about that.
Hey man, shout out to everybody that's still sticking with me. I appreciate y'all. Could have been anywhere in the world. You're here with me tonight. I want to say thank you, man. Let's see what's happening on other stations. Let's see what's happening with MSNBC. They're saying that certain places are too close to call. Man, Associated Press, 230 to 210.
100,000 votes are outstanding right now. This is what I'm being told from Gabriel Sterling.
230 to 210.
Split will go marginally for Harris.
Telegraph and the Associated Press are both saying the same thing. 230 to 210. Now, if that is the case, and if Kamala has 210, then this is closer than MSNBC was saying, but it depends on how they're claiming the outstanding states. This is very, very interesting. Listen, y'all, I think we're going to be here till I'm not going to be up all night, but I think we're going to be paused until the morning to see how this plays out. I would love to see it play out live. I can only be on this particular live session. Actually, I think Instagram will let me go 4 hours. Yep, I could go 4. We got another 49 minutes. I would like to see something shift though. Let's see what's happening with the NBC coverage. NBC News does a pretty good job of giving us details. Let's see what we're saying on NBC.
Even closer to that magic 270.
I was just looking over at Tom, who's doing the back of the envelope math here. So
I'm giving
show
up
us
the
our
scenario
map.
here. I just want to make this very simple for
In fact,
us
I'll be
here
right back, you
and
guys.
also our viewers at home.
52.
So we projected Georgia and North Carolina for former President Trump to go back to the White House. Look at his number right here, 252. If he wins Pennsylvania, he's going back to the White House, 271. It's coming down to Pennsylvania right now for Republicans. Just now for Kamala Harris, right? Because now she no longer has a Sun Belt strategy. She's lost Georgia. She's lost North Carolina. If she wins Nevada and Arizona, she's still going to have to pick off 2 states in the blue wall. She knows. Listen, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. She has to win all 3. But it looks like this is the entire game for her right now, guys. By losing North Carolina, losing Georgia, things have just gotten much easier for former President Trump. We're going to be watching Pennsylvania more than ever before right now because those 19 electoral votes.
So they're saying she lost Georgia and North Carolina, which is what North Carolina was definitely projecting. They're saying Georgia too? Wow. I'm tripping. Atlanta, y'all let it go red.
Votes will put him over the top if we project that state for him. Guys?
All right, Tom, thanks very much. So we'll turn to Secretary Castro here. Your thoughts on, at this point, where we are and where this is going to go?
It feels like 2016.
All right, listen, guys, I'm going to let MSNBC carry us for about 5 minutes.
The path becoming smaller and smaller. There are still votes to be counted, and we saw a lot of enthusiasm today. And so it's possible that you have significant election day voting that could change this. But what I've noticed is just in county after county in Pennsylvania that he's been overperforming and that she's been underperforming what Biden and Trump did in 2020. And that's, for Democrats has to be worrisome.
What do you attribute that to? I mean, it's early. I mean, but when you look at that, you can't say they didn't park in Pennsylvania. They did. And they have this superior organization, most analysts think. What do you think was the difference maker?
I think she was put in a very difficult position by President Biden.
I hate to interrupt you, I'm sorry, but we have a call in the U.S. Senate that will change the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. NBC News now calling GOP control of the Senate.
That's with the victory of Deb Fischer, the incumbent in Nebraska, who was given quite the run for her money from an independent there, Dan Osborne, who said he wouldn't caucus with either side. But it went down to the wire. But in the end, the Nebraska Senate goes back to the Republicans, and that gives a leg up to Republicans and the gains they need to take control of the Senate.
They should have won it based on how the map looks. And it obviously we are now projecting that they have it here. You've got that Nebraska pickup. Montana is still hanging out there. I'm also looking at some of these other races that are very, very close where there are Democratic incumbents in the Senate. So this is significant, obviously, for the balance of power in Congress and for whoever ends up in the White House, especially if it is former President Trump. A lot of eyes are going to be on what the House does, where the House goes here, with that landscape looking very different, of course, those critical races.
Why don't we ask Ryan Nobles, our colleague who is here somewhere?
He covers it.
He covers Capitol Hill. Ryan, what we know now is the Republicans have control of the Senate. What we don't know is the margin, and you still have a very vulnerable Democratic seat out west in Montana. We wait for Michigan. We wait for Wisconsin. What are you hearing?
Yeah, Savannah, I think of all the outcomes that happened here tonight, this is probably the least surprising. Republicans felt very confident about their chances of winning back the Senate, just given the map. There were 10 competitive Senate races across the country. 8 of them were held by incumbent Democrats. And the places where they were battling out these races were in places where the elections were expected to be very competitive. And we see that playing out here in a big way tonight. I do think perhaps the most interesting dynamic that's now playing out at this hour is that where Senate Republicans were confident of winning the majority, but they were very much talking to us about the idea of 50+1. They just wanted 51 seats to make sure that they would have the Senate majority leader, that they could control the legislation that came on and off the Senate floor. They're now talking about perhaps significant margins. They are now looking at that blue wall the same way that we are looking at the blue wall in terms of the race for president, and seeing real opportunities for pickups in places like Wisconsin, in places like Michigan, in places like Pennsylvania. These were areas where Democrats were hopeful because they had strong incumbents there, or they had strong challengers, people running in open seats like in Michigan, who they thought they'd be able to run ahead of Kamala Harris, even if the race was close at the presidential level. Donald Trump's margins seem to be bringing those Republican candidates along with him in states along that blue wall. And then don't forget, there's 2 other Senate seats that are still on the balance as well. I know you already talked about Montana, which Republicans feel very confident about, but we also have Nevada and Arizona. Arizona Republicans were not that bullish on. They did not have high hopes for Carrie Lake, the candidate there. The scenario in which they thought Carrie Lake could win is the scenario that we see playing out right now. And that was a big Donald Trump victory that would bring her across the finish line. So there's no doubt that there are a lot of very happy people in the Senate Republican caucus. And this is going to be a very different looking Senate Republican caucus, one that might look a lot more like the House Republican caucus that we've covered over the past couple of election cycles. So there's no doubt that there's going to be a lot of change in Washington as a result of what we see playing out here.
And different leadership, too. Senator McConnell stepping aside there. Let's go to Kelly O'Donnell, who's also there, certainly is a veteran of the Hill. We await who will control the House of Representatives, and we may be waiting for weeks for that one. But Kelly, what's your takeaway here?
Well, certainly if the Senate Republicans have this way of reshaping themselves, and it is without Mitch McConnell, who's decided he's not going to be in leadership. And so it will be more in the form of Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump becomes president again, then you have that kind of partnership where he will have more of an opportunity to drive the agenda. Now, if the House goes to the Democrats, then they have.
MSNBC Trump has 246. And that 246 must come from, it must be saying that he won Georgia. Yep. Let me see. This is MSNBC. 246 Trump, 189 Kamala. Remember, he's got to get to 270. He's only 24 votes. 24 away. CNN, 246 for Trump, 182 for Kamala. When I go to the Telegraph, they're still a little bit behind. They're still saying 230 for Trump. When I go to the Associated Press, they're still behind. They're saying 230 for Trump. Okay. So let's go back to the detailed map. If I can find it. On the detailed map. Bear with me. Here it is. All right, the detailed map. Here's the detailed map. All right, and according to this is MSNBC, who is giving Trump 246. According to the detailed map, Georgia is 97% in, and they're saying Trump. They're saying Trump. 117,000 votes. North Carolina, 95% in. They're saying Trump. 180,000 votes. Georgia would have to be closer. 97% in. I wonder how many votes are left. Let's look at Georgia. It's like Georgia. I think they're saying it's flipped. Donald Trump has won Georgia. NBC News projects he secured the state's 16 Electoral College votes. In 2020, Biden won Georgia with 49.5% of the vote. Trump's 29.2%. Trump won Georgia in 2016 with 51%. Hillary 46%. Damn. Kamala 48.3%. Donald 50.1%. I'm shocked. I really thought that Georgia was gonna stay blue. Unreal. Well, it is what it is. Now we can get into why we won and she lost. And I'm gonna tell you, keep hearing from people. And let me just ask people: if you up and you in Georgia, like I know some people are, why do you think Trump won Georgia? Why do you think Kamala lost Georgia? I'm surprised because if you think about it, Georgia, especially Atlanta, has a large LGBTQ community. You would think that if Kamala is in the liberal party, the more liberal party, you would think that Atlanta might have went liberal, but it didn't. It went conservative. Why? Why? Is it the Bible Belt? Is it that people think that the Democrats don't believe in God? Is it because people think that the Republican is the evangelical party? Is it that black people didn't vote? Is it that black folks say, you know what, I don't like either candidate, so I ain't doing it? Why did we lose Georgia? It'd be interesting to find out. It'd be interesting to find out. All right, so that's what they're saying about Georgia. President. Yeah. I mean, look, Atlanta's blue. Look at the counties. Fulton County, blue. Cobb, blue. Gwinnett, blue. But look, Georgia is a lot more than just Atlanta. Richmond County, Warren County, Clark County, Gwinnett. Gwinnett went blue. I'm kind of surprised there. All right, come on, Gwinnett. Cherokee, Bartow. Look at that. Cobb, Douglas, Fulton, Clayton, Henry, Rockdale. Home enough for Poland State. All right, interesting. Interesting. One other state, North Cackalack, 51 to 47 Trump. Raleigh went Democrat. Wake County, Cumberland. Oh, where's Mecklenburg? Mecklenburg, 95% went Democratic. Warren and Vance. Forsyth. Yeah, couldn't vote state though. I mean, I don't know. It would have to be a miracle to pull all the remaining states. Yeah, the blue wall. It's gonna be super tight, y'all. Super tight for the Democrats. Super tight. I'm surprised. I ain't gonna front. I thought Kamala would have fared better in certain states. But let's keep watching. Who knows? I don't know if it's mathematically impossible, but let's just see what happens. Let's listen to MSNBC. What are we talking about over here? Yes, I see 246 for Trump, 189 for Kamala. Telegraph is still showing 230 and 210. Telegraph ain't giving us the stakes yet. Some people might be sleeping over there. Well, they are up counting votes. Look at Denver. Colorado is up counting votes, y'all. Colorado is counting votes. Harris campaign rally, Trump campaign rally. You know, both campaign rallies are being quiet. I'll give them that. They not jumping out the window yet. They waiting. They want to make sure. They're not jumping out the window just yet. So look, Harris, people done gone home. Everybody tired. Trump, man, them people still out there. They're like, hold on, we might have to call this. They ain't leaving yet. Boy, I tell you, man, American politics is something else. American politics is something else. Because I remember I didn't think Trump would win in 2016. I was surprised. I think he was surprised. I think when he won, I remember SpaceX had just landed a rocket. A booster came back and landed safely. It was amazing. I was at work. I was watching all that. Then they cut to CNN and they were like, Trump is being greeted by Obama. But Obama came in, shook his hand, shook his hand. He wasn't a sore loser. As a Democrat, he shook his hand. I remember Trump was sitting there, y'all, like this. He was shocked that he was about to be president. Now, if he does win, which it's looking like it might be, unless some tight miracle happens while we sleep, which could still happen, because numerically it could happen. The blue wall could hold. If Trump wins, you realize those 34 felonies will be no more. Expunged. Washed away. Some people say he don't want to be president. He just don't want to go to jail. It's going to be very interesting. I really want to see if he does win, where is this country going to be in 4 years? What's going to happen? What's going to happen with Project 2025? What's going to happen with a day of reckoning? I'm going to let the police do whatever they want for 24 hours. Whatever amount of force they want. What is going to happen to this country if Trump wins? I want to see that. Because everybody was saying pandemonium, or others were saying salvation. Let's see. If Harris wins, which could still happen mathematically, would be a hell of a feat. But if Harris wins, what's going to happen to the country? Are migrants going to take over? Are we, is the country going to be ran into hell? She's the Antichrist. Let's see what happens. This is going to be really interesting because politics every 4 years is so polarizing. They paint each candidate to be a demon. And neither one is probably a full demon. They probably got a lot going on, but they're human beings. They probably got some faults. We all do. But they really paint these candidates out to be from the pit of hell or from the throne of heaven itself. Neither one of us is true. They're human beings. Let's see what happens to the country. I'm interested in seeing. This is going to be very interesting. Let's see where we at number wise. Let's see where they. Let's go to NBC. Let's go to NBC and see what they're saying over here.
Day when so many those close to Kamala Harris really felt like they had the momentum. They felt like the vibes were on their side. It quickly appeared clear that, despite her effort to say that we're not going back, that they may be returning to the figures that haunted Democrats back in 2016, where they just didn't have enough to defeat Donald Trump. That go around, so many blank stares, glum faces, people not so much holding back tears, but certainly unable to crack a smile here. They had been handing out American flags early on. As some of the early numbers were out, they were cheering and waving those flags. But as the night progressed and they watched the returns come in, no more waving flags. In fact, they asked for the television to be muted here with the returns, with the exception of Hawaii, Colorado, other places that Harris won. They turned them on and got cheers for that. Instead, they blasted music to try to sort of distract from the situation, try to give a little pick-me-up to the people here.
All right. Peter, thank you so much. I want to go over to Garrett Haake, who's at Trump headquarters in Florida, where it looks like the party is still going. And of course, the question is whether or not we will hear from the former president tonight.
Yeah, Savannah, Trump supporters reveling in the news that they are getting here in this ballroom just over the last half hour or so. Huge cheers in this room as the network's called Georgia for the former president, and a loud chorus of boos when Cedric Richmond took the stage in Washington to announce that Vice President Harris would not be speaking. There has been movement from Mar-a-Lago across the Intercoastal Waterway towards West Palm Beach of Trump supporters. The party there emptying out a lot of the folks he had been with. Governor Burgum, for example, other close Trump aides and allies making their way across the street. Still no sign of the former president here yet, Savannah.
Okay, thank you.
We've got another call to make here. I believe this is the state of New Mexico. NBC News projecting that Kamala Harris will win in New Mexico, 5 electoral votes. Here's the breakdown right now. You see the difference, 43,000, 95% of the vote in there, so very little left to count. Where does that bring us to in the road to 270? Donald Trump at 246, Harris now up to 194.
Let's go over to Tom Yamas, who's at the big board of Pennsylvania, and you've got some bellwether counties that are reporting in now, and it's a good news for Donald Trump.
Yeah, one in the east, one in the west. Let's start in the east. Northampton County, this is Easton, PA, right here, south central suburbs. 95% of the vote is in. Trump is there with 51%. Remember, Biden won this in 2020. So Trump able to flip that bellwether county. There's still some vote out, but it's unclear if Harris can catch up. Erie County. We haven't talked enough about Erie County tonight. This is one of those swing counties that we watch in Western PA. Biden won it in 2020. Tonight, Trump is on top. There's about 3,000 votes still left to be counted here. It's unclear. She's going to have to get all those votes if she wants to flip that county back blue. Let's go to the collar counties in Philadelphia. Let's talk about what we have here. So we want to compare to 2020 to see how she's driving out the vote. Underperforming right now in Chester County. Still 20% of the vote is out there. Montgomery County, 86% of the vote is in. 62% for Biden. Again, 60%. She's underperforming there. We move down to Delco. 95% in, 62.9, slightly underperforming there. Philadelphia County, this is where she closed out her campaign with Lady Gaga and Oprah as well. There's still a lot of vote left to be counted, 20% or so. 81% was where Biden was at. She's at 78. And finally, Bucks County here. Trump has flipped this right now. There's still about 30% of the vote is out. 69%. He had 51. Biden did in 2020. Trump tonight with 50%. Still some vote to be counted there, but those aren't promising numbers in the collar counties right now. And the bellwethers, one in the east, one in the west, showing signs that Pennsylvania could turn red. Still a lot of vote out, guys, but this may be one of the reasons, and we don't know why Vice President Harris decided not to speak tonight, but this may be one of the reasons why the trend lines in Pennsylvania, from what we're seeing, if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, there is no longer a path for her.
And now you're seeing some of these same patterns in other states as well.
Wisconsin and Michigan as well. We're starting to look at the counties there. We walked you through Michigan and Wisconsin. Still a lot of vote out in those two battleground states. But again, those trend lines that we're following, we're searching these maps to see if there's any positive signs for the Democrats. And I got to be honest with you, the more I go through these counties, through all the battleground states, more and more what you see in the rural counties, Trump is overperforming. Harris is underperforming the counties she needs to win, guys.
Remember, if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, the other states don't matter. If he wins Pennsylvania, he goes to the White House.
Right. Yeah. Whether it's a call or not, it functionally is. I don't know. The minute if we call Pennsylvania tonight, does he get to 270? I think so. Yeah,
that's right.
That's it.
That's right. So that's why it's ball game. I mean, that's it. So.
And they're counting fast in Pennsylvania tonight as well. We're coming up on the top of the hour. I think we're going to have some projections to make. Yes. Don't forget.
We are going to hear from
one more state to go here.
Alaska right now.
Yes.
And NBC News projecting that it's, well, not projecting at all. We're saying it is too early to call on Alaska.
It's coming down, man.
And here's where the road to 270 stands right now. Harris with 194. Trump gaining ground now at 246 as he looks forward to
when you gotta
scoring 270 electoral votes.
Okay, let's see the battlegrounds. Pennsylvania, we just discussed it. Too close to call right now with 92% of the vote in. Same story in Michigan, but we've been discussing how some of the trend lines are not positive for the vice president tonight. Michigan too close to call. Minnesota still too close to call at this hour. Of course, that's the home state of Governor Tim Walz, but too close to call right now with the what we have in here. Arizona too early to call, and in Wisconsin too close to call. So I think, Tom, you've got Wisconsin. Yeah. We'll give you a chance to do the bow and the wow counties again.
Bow, wow, wow, yippee, yo, yippee. Okay. Madison, this is Dane County. For Democrats right now, she's doing just fine here. 75% is where Biden was in 2020. With 95% of the vote, and she's at 75%. That's fine for her. Milwaukee, we're going to be waiting on the biggest city and the biggest county in Wisconsin for a few more hours, I would say, maybe more than that. She's at 66%. But again, 40% of the vote in Milwaukee is not in. This is a big Democratic county, so maybe she can run her numbers up there. But then when we look at the wow counties here, Ozaki, this is the O in the wow, 81%. Trump was at 55.2. He's almost matching where he was 4 years ago. Let's go over to Washington County, 68, overperforming there. Let's go down to Waukesha. Slightly underperforming, still some of the votes out there. But these two counties just south of Milwaukee, they're still part of the Milwaukee media market. Racine, 51%. He's overperforming there, but still half the vote is out there. And then Kenosha, 95% in, overperforming there as well. These are counties that were blue under Obama. Trump was able to flip them over and then hold them as well. We can go to the bow counties now. This is around Green Bay. 56% Trump overperforming there. We'll come down. Sorry, let me go over here to Winnebago. 50 again, overperforming. And we go to Outagamie. Again, slightly overperforming, guys. So as we study this map, let me go to some of the Democratic strongholds, see how she's doing. La Crosse, 95%. So look, it's a slight drop. But again, when we're talking about a margin of 20,000 votes, that's what it was in 2016 and 2020. You want to be on top. You want to be overperforming everywhere you look. She's about at the same mark, slightly higher, but not by much in Eau Claire. And then another one we're watching, Sauk. This is one of those bellwethers. 50%. Matching Biden 4 years ago, 95% of the vote is in. And we'll look at Dorr. That's when we're watching. She's on top, but only by about 466 votes. It's unclear if he'll catch her. She may take Dorr County. It's still unclear in Wisconsin what's going to happen, guys.
All right, well, back with our panel now, including our guest, Jim Messina, former White House Deputy Chief of Staff under President Obama. Mark Lauder remains with us. He was part of the 2020 campaign with Donald Trump. Great to have you both here. Jim, when you see those trends that Tom has been walking through, and there's a consistent of underperformance, what does that tell you about
and blah, blah, blah.
Well, the county that Tom just walked through that really scared me the most, I ran President Obama's campaign, and I was obsessed with Bucks County in Pennsylvania. Where Bucks County goes, we go. And we spent more time and resources there, and the Harris campaign did too. They had huge operations on the ground. The fact that they're not going to win Bucks County is really difficult, and starts to say to folks, hey, we have a problem here. The other thing is there just may not be enough turnout in Philly to get there. And I've spent my entire adult life waiting for Philly to come in. I just have anger. I hate the Eagles.
All right, relax. On the table.
Exactly. But every 4 years we're having this discussion. Usually it's enough. 6 out of the last 7 elections, Democrats have won Pennsylvania. Tonight, we're not sure there's enough out there.
But we were having the discussion several times this evening about, has there been a failure to recognize that the electorate is changing, that everything you think you may have known
parties that
doesn't represent what we see today?
Well, what those numbers show me tonight is Democrats have a rural problem. We are absolutely bleeding votes in historic numbers. Barack Obama did very well in rural America. It started with Hillary. Biden did a little bit better. But when you look at the numbers, what's happening tonight? The gender gap is there. Women are performing in the suburbs.
Well, that was 2 minutes of. Can you hear me now? I had the television turned down over here, but that means that maybe you guys didn't hear my rant. That's funny. All right, maybe y'all couldn't hear my rant. Okay. Let me make sure I mute everything. All right. That should be better. That should be better. Can y'all hear me? Alicia, can you hear me now? Because I heard myself clear. Let's see. Hopefully y'all can hear me now. All right, I had to mute. I thought the television was turned down. I thought the broadcast was turned down. At least it was in my hearing. But okay, y'all can hear me now. Cool. Thanks thanks Kiki. I appreciate that. All right, some people on YouTube said they couldn't hear me, so I had to turn everything down. All right, hey, listen, let me try this again. And this might be I might have to close this out because I'm coming up on 33 hours and 42 minutes. Some people were saying to me in behind closed doors, hey, I don't feel right voting for Kamala for this reason or that reason. I heard that from some people. I didn't agree with it because I was like, Black people are not a monolith. Democrats are not a monolith. Christians are not a monolith. I don't have to be Republican to be Christian. I don't have to be Black to be a Democrat. I don't have to be pro-abortion to be Republican. And I don't have to be anti-LGBTQ to be Republican. Now, I know that they draw the lines like that, and that's what they're supposed to do. Political parties are supposed to be polarizing. They're supposed to draw the lines. They're supposed to make you make a decision. And when you have essentially a two-party system, that's what happens. They make you make a decision. I'm aware of that. But I've always said, and this is, behind closed doors with people that I know. Hey, the Republican Party don't have a monopoly on being Christian. And you don't have to, you don't have to be anti-God to be Democrat. The media would paint it that way. The parties even might make you think that way with the different dogmas that are put out. But I would say that's not true. You can be a person that believes a woman has a choice as to whether or not she should have an abortion or not. She has a right to her reproductive health, the right to choose, versus the federal government getting involved or the state governments getting involved. You can feel that way and still believe in your Bible and still believe in Christ. You may not want a woman to get an abortion, but in the event she had to, you just might not want the government's hands involved. Don't shoot the messenger. It's possible to feel that way. You could be a born-again Christian that doesn't believe in abortion, that don't want to have nothing to do with the racist rhetoric that comes from the Republican Party or Donald Trump. You just might say, hey, man, I'm a believer, but I'm not with. When black people get killed, some people over on that side don't seem to care. They don't seem to give a damn. You got to make a choice. They make it to where in this system, it's black or white, it's blue or red. There's no room for gray. There's no room for purple. There's no room for in between. And unfortunately, that's just the way politics work in this country. Unfortunately, you try to split a hair, what's going to happen is the people that are scared to live in the gray, that are scared to say there are idiosyncrasies and, nuances that make every person's vote a little bit different. The people that are scared to say that, it's like you got to be black or white. You got to be straight or gay. You got to be traditional or not. You got to be misogynistic or misandrist. You have to be, right? They make you make a choice. The people that do that, they're not going to live in the gray. You might live in the gray. They're not going to do it. They're going to say, you know what, man, if I got to choose between grab her by the pussy or another agenda that I don't agree with, I'm going to grab her by the pussy and I'm going to forgive. And I'm going to say, at least he goes to church. At least he's the lesser of two evils. Or, nope, I'm going full diversity and inclusion. I may not agree with someone changing their gender or their sex, but I'm going to go full diversity and inclusion because I don't believe in discriminating, and we were discriminated against as blacks, so I don't want to discriminate against anybody else, even though I may not necessarily agree with that lifestyle or those choices, but I'm going to go that route. This is what people will do and say. But you have those that won't do that, and they'll say, nah, you got to go one or the other, white or black, this or that. And that's what it comes down to. It's American politics, y'all. That's how it works. So let's look at the results one more time. I'm going to pull up MSNBC, and we're going to get out of here in about 13 minutes. And then we'll post clips. And I really want you guys' feedback, no matter who wins. And let me say this for those that don't know me. I can vote Democrat, and I can still be saved. I can still be a believer. I never claim to be perfect, so don't trip out because, he has a glass of wine or, he used colorful language from time to time. Don't trip. I can be a believer in all those things, and I can still be liberal. The Republican Party does not have a democracy on my belief system, period. And some people separate politics and their belief system. Some people say, I can vote based on social, political lines, and I can worship based on my salvation and my soul. The two do not have to combine. Others will say your salvation will determine your vote. So it depends on your ideology in America. Straight up. So let's look at the results of this election. And then we're going to call it a night. In the morning, I'm sure there will be more. I'm sure there will be a counting of the votes. I'm sure there will be a certifying of all the votes. But I can tell you what won't happen. If Kamala loses, ain't nobody going to try to overtake the Capitol and say that it wasn't a real election. The Democrats will go away nicely if they lose, because that's what democracy is all about. That's something else to think about. So I really hope that if Trump wins, that the people that were involved with 2025 or Project 2025 or January 6th and all that stuff, all that whacked out extremism, I hope that it don't come to pass. All right, let's listen to what they're talking about.
In the Trump counties, like Elko County here, 64% in. Trump is overperforming tonight. He was at 76. He's almost at 80% right now. And Democrats aren't going to find votes here. I mean, these numbers aren't going to swing a lot in the Democrats' way. This is Trump country here in the middle of Nevada. Douglas County is another, I should say right down here, Douglas County. This is another Trump barometer that we watch. Again, overperforming. 66% of the vote is in. He was at 63 in 2020. He's now at 66. But the big story for me right now, and a lot of the vote is out, Clark County. I mean, this is 3/4 of Nevada right here. If Democrats hit certain margins where they're 50,000 or 60,000 votes ahead of Republicans, Republicans will never catch up in Nevada. Again, there's a lot of vote that's still out. We can find out exactly how much is out. 223,000 votes. So still a lot out there. Democrats won't get all of those, but they'll get a large chunk. Again, this is still a little too close this early in the night, guys.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. I want to go out to Steve Patterson. He is in Reno, Nevada, where they had long lines into the night. How are things going there now?
You know, Lester, really an experience, a process that is sort of winding down.
All right, any thoughts, you guys, before I call it a night? Let's look at the final totals. All right, hopefully that y'all can hear me. Put your comments in the comment box. We have 9 minutes before we get up out of here. I'll hit my 4-hour limit. Any questions or comments before I call it a night? I do appreciate everyone that joined. I hate the fact that I gotta go with people watching on Twitter and on YouTube. But I don't think I'm going to get to any closer numbers. I mean, maybe later in the evening. Here, let's look at this tab. All right, so they're saying right now, according to MSNBC, 246 for Trump, 194 for Harris. I'm going to pause it right here. Of the popular vote, they're saying that Trump got 5,102,289 more votes in the popular vote. So either Harris wasn't as popular or people voted in the middle. You know, like I said, the independent parties and things like that, which could have taken away from her vote and from Donald Trump's for that matter. So ignoring the independent votes, 5 million difference in the popular vote across the country. Senate seats, 51 Republican, 40 Democrat, 1 seat majority. House, 2% representative gain, 193 to 160. Trump 246 to 184. Now, what this is indicating, it looks like Republicans are going to control the Senate. Republicans are going to control the House. Republicans are going to control, of course, the executive branch, which is the presidency. And guess what? Donald Trump's conservative Supreme Court justices are already in place. So congratulations to everybody that wanted Donald Trump to win and the Republicans to win, because guess what? It looks like they're winning. And we're going to get whatever they want for us for the next 4 years. So let's see how this works out. All right. Let's see. Thank you for hosting. I really enjoyed the show. Hey, I appreciate it, Hope. I'm trying to be, optimistic. For a person like myself that really, and see, I could go off on other stuff. Some people say that voting Democrat, it's a sham. The Democrats are lying to black people. You're a fool. No, maybe you just want to vote for the middle class and the little person and unions. Maybe it has nothing to do with you believing the lies and the propaganda of the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, for that matter. Maybe just look at both and you say, I don't agree with the Republicans. I don't. Right? That could be the case. I don't like people that paint you as a fool if you vote for Trump, or people that paint you as a fool if you vote for Kamala. I don't like that, because I don't think that most people are fools. Now, as Americans, we need to get into the political process more. Maybe we need to study this stuff a little bit more so we can be informed. But we got to do that every year, not just every 4 years. Right? TG said, I need a shot. TG, why don't you? I got 4 minutes left, or 6 minutes left, TG. You want to come to the stage? Come to the stage. If you saying I need a shot, I don't know if I need a shot. Because I'm going to say this, y'all. First of all, I had wine. I already knew it was going to be a long night. And I have my glass of wine. So Hope said, thank you for hosting. Alicia said, racism lives. Alicia said, a lot of blacks and Latinos voted for Trump. Yeah, they did. I am Rebel Brian. Let's go to Trump. All right. Let's go Trump. I mean, look, it looks like he might be winning. So one thing Dave is going to do, I'm going to remain congratulatory, remain myself. I try not to get too into some of this because I feel how I feel offline, but I ain't going to trip because I know this could go anyway. Everyone may not feel how I feel, et cetera, et cetera. Everyone may not think like I think. As I've been told, black people are not a monolith. And guess what? Neither are Christians. It is what it is. All right, hold up. Another comment. Justice and only justice you shall follow, that you may live and inherit the land that the Lord your God has given you. I mean, I agree, but are we saying that Trump and Vance are following justice? I mean, can you really say, Diana, that a president that said you can do whatever you want, you can grab her by the pussy, is following Deuteronomy 16 and 20? That's exactly what I mean. Just because a person, says they follow the word, don't mean they always follow the word. And just because people get in political campaigns and say one thing or say the other, it doesn't mean that they're holy or righteous. Only one righteous, and that's God. Let every man be a liar and God be true. That's in the word. So I feel you. I feel what you're saying, but don't be fooled. Trump and Vance are just human beings, just like Kamala and Biden. They're just human beings. Don't ever put your trust in a man and thinking that they're going to be your salvation. They're just going to be a tool for God or a tool for the enemy. So I'm with you. And look, I ain't arguing. You can believe what you want to believe. But I personally don't believe that each candidate that I look at is the representative of God in the earth. They are not. They are a human being. So, yeah, we'll see. Oh, TG, I sent you a link in your DMs. You got to click the link. But yeah, you only got a couple minutes to try that, TG, if you want to join. All right, let me see. I'm going to close it out. If no one joins the link, I'm going to close it out. Let's see what they're saying on MSNBC. Let's see what they're talking about. All right. Okay, I think I got one of my lifers that wants to join. Let me pause the. All right. Okay, so come on up to the stage, TG.
Hey Dave, can you hear me?
TG, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What about you? Can you hear
Hey,
me?
yeah, I can hear you. Welcome to the stage. What's going on, TG?
Yeah, tonight is the night, huh? I was watching you actually. Thank you for sharing the whole live because I was working and then I don't have TV or anything, so I was following up with you and Instagram and all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to share the live and give people a chance to kind of watch what's going on. Instagram may stop me, you guys. If Instagram stops me, you can catch the rest on YouTube. But yeah, we're live right now on YouTube, TG. How do you now look, TG, tell everybody, are you a US citizen? Are you able to vote or no, not able to vote?
No, I'm a US citizen, but I didn't vote.
Oh.
I was
You
like
didn't vote.
laughing because the things is like I was planning to vote. I voted last time. Like that was my first voting actually for Biden.
Okay.
But I know California is for Democrats, so it's just I was so busy, so I was like I supposed to get off work early today, but I couldn't. So it was just I was stuck, so I didn't vote really, but I was laughing. So
Yeah, so I get it. So you are a citizen, you're able to vote, but you knew that California typically goes blue,
yeah,
so you
no,
were like,
there's no way. Even if a lot of people come out and vote for Trump, it's California is more as like Democrats. So um it's just for the sake of saying like, okay, I'm voted, in case, for example, if you are a Trump supporter in California, if you go out and say, you know what, for the sake of it, I voted, like in your mind, like when he win, you feel like, okay, I voted and he win, but like practically he's not winning here, so it doesn't really matter.
yeah, I know what you're saying. By the way, we just lost the YouTube feed. I apologize. I'm sorry, the Instagram feed. I knew I was going to hit my 4-hour limit there on Instagram. I'll say this, TG. You're right. In some states that are typically blue or red, it sometimes is like, why should I vote? But the reason why I vote regardless is because if you're in a swing state, like for instance, Georgia. If you had 10,000 people that said, Biden won last time, we're probably gonna go blue. It's Chocolate City with Atlanta. We're gonna go blue. I don't need to vote. I mean, Trump just won Georgia. Right. So in some states, especially swing states, voting is so very important. It's super important. Now, again, that's not to chastise you because everybody has a right to vote or not. But yeah, if you don't vote in swing states, it can change the election. It absolutely can.
California is a swing state. California has been for a long time, like forever, right?
Swing means it could flip flop.
Yeah.
Means
that's why I say Cali been like forever, like blue. So
it's been blue forever. So it's not a swing state. So yeah, you didn't have nothing to worry about.
That's why if I'm somewhere like that, I would definitely make the effort. But I was like, I'm not gonna close and go vote because I know already Cali's like,
Yeah, and you had a business and all that. I understand that. Now I'm gonna tell you, TG, I voted 2 weeks ago, or maybe a week and a half ago. I voted a week and a half ago. I voted on October 26th. As soon as early voting opened up, I went and voted. Easy peasy, in and out in 20 minutes. And I read every single measure on the ballot, and I was in and out in 25 minutes. Yeah. If I didn't read anything, I could have been gone in 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I think it's important, but for me, I mean, it's like it's kind of crazy election. This one is some days you feel like you want to be the other side, some day you want to be this side. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Depends on because it wasn't. We were talking about this election with my friend. I told them the most. I get it. Like, okay, I'm a woman. Kamala is a woman too, and especially she's like from foreigner background, all that stuff, right?
Yep.
But at the same time, it kind of messed up and then make the people who was for Democrat didn't give people choice, because I was telling people, like we were discussing, they should have give more option, or they should open the like for presidential Democrat, they should see other candidate instead of just putting Kamala herself, because she was in the office. It's kind of entangled her, even though people say, oh, she's the VIP, whatever, the VP, whatever, right? It kind of tangled her with the work the past 4 years. You know what I mean? Whatever.
Yeah, but I want to say something about that, right? Like normally you have a Democratic primary, you have debates, and you let the best person at debate become the candidate, right? Normally. And that's normally 6 or 7 or 8 months prior to the election. The problem was it's 2 months to the election and Biden has dementia and he can't perform in the job. You don't have time. The primaries are already over. So at this point, you could try to do a primary, but every week that you wait trying to create some primary, you're losing out on people gearing up for the election and getting the campaign going. She was already the vice president. I told one of my friends this. When you have a quarterback and a backup quarterback, the backup is there for a reason. If the main quarterback gets hurt or can't perform their duties, you go with the backup. You don't go grab people from off the street or have tryouts in the middle of the season. So this was a precarious position for the Democrats. Once the main quarterback went down, you got to go with the person that's been in office, that's a backup. Even if you don't like them or if you're not in love with them or you don't think they've been vetted. They were the vice president backup quarterback for a reason. Don't go to the streets and grab somebody. It would have never worked.
It doesn't. But what I was saying is, like, you're right. Definitely, it was a short time. But even in a short time, if they find candidate, or if they knew, Biden, since he's in the office, he has dementia. They knew that until waiting until last minute for him to pull out. Instead of that, they should have, because now look at the whole Senate. Everything is Republican because people was fed up with Democrat. Trust me, a lot of people who was Democrat. Like even me as a foreigner, like all the policy that Democrats gives is the base for us. You know what I mean?
Tell me what you were fed up with, because I'm interested to know.
Like the economy, after we have this big crisis, giving away money outside, for whatever, Ukraine, all this stuff, it's unnecessary because, there's a saying, right? You got to clean up your house before you clean outside, because if you don't clean up your house, you clean the outside, you're still going to take trash outside. You know what I mean? So it's pointless. You got to start cleaning from the inside and then you go outside. So it's like people are starving. Dave, you don't understand. As a business owner, literally a lot of business is closing. The inflation is bad and all that. People are fed up because of they trying to support. Of course, they have their own agendas, whatever situation, this government thing. But, while your people is hungry, starving here, literally starving means, you can get welfare, whatever. It's not even enough. If you have 5 kids, 4 kids, if they give you welfare, you're not working, they give you $500. The grocery shopping, when you go to one-time shopping, it's like $200-300. How are you going to even feed your family? Even if they give welfare, whatever situation, right?
So let me ask you this. I hear you, and I want to ask this question because this is important. You're African. I'm African American. We both are considered Black people in America.
Yeah.
When you have a candidate saying, hey, I want to have a day where the police can do whatever they want. The police can just go as hard as they want, and we're going to eliminate all the migrants and all of the criminals, and we're just going to have a day, basically like the purge. We're going to have a day where police can go whatever they want, and then we're going to kind of let them do it, and then we're going to get everybody in line, and everyone that doesn't get in line, they'll be afraid because they'll know the police have autonomy to do whatever they want. And on top of it, we want to increase. We want to allow the police to do whatever they want by reducing the penalties for police using excessive force. That doesn't compute. Like the economy is more important than Black people and brown people getting shot and killed and murdered by police with no recompense.
No, it does. But at the same time, remember, let me tell you, even in my own experience, okay? I'm just going to even from my little piece experience. When it comes to safety, I get it. The police was really spiritual and all that stuff because of racism. But at the same time, now they take that away, right? Like 3 months ago, okay, there was a crazy guy coming in my store with not like a knife, right? I called the police, and then they didn't come until 2 hours or 3 hours. What I'm saying is, like, as much as the police do bad things, the same time we need also safety, protection. Like literally, I don't feel safe because I feel like I'm in Africa. Because in Africa, when I live there, one time somebody fought and then somebody stopped somebody. We called for the police. The guy, they come back after 5-6 hours. That's how other third world country system works, right? So here, especially in California, LA, it becomes like that. Literally, nobody's safe. Like, you can call the police, they don't care anymore. They don't show up. You can die, whatever. They show up. We tell them that he has a knife. You remember long time ago when someone has a knife, you say he has a knife, they will be in 2 minutes there. Now they not. They don't show up. So you have to choose and like lose, you know what I mean? Because it's like, I don't know, really, to be honest with you, this, like, it's getting really crazy. So for me, what I do is now every time someone trying to do something, I have to carry pepper sprays. I have to carry whatever to protect myself, because I know if I call the police, I'm not protected or I'm not going to be safe. So I have to protect myself. So it's just, you don't know where to stand. To me, like, you have no idea. It gets like LA especially gets shitty. Like, it just, anybody can come your store, right? I work 18 hours, okay? I work 18 hours every single day. I don't see my son. I'm not hanging out with my son and all that stuff, right? And someone can come and take all the stuff. You can't even, because it's like 900 and whatever they choose vote, right? We work hard for that things. Okay, if someone asks you, they starving, whatever, yeah, you can give them nicely, because that's like giving us part of like receiving a blessing, right? But not someone coming in your hard working money and then just destroy everything. And then, like, I seen so many things. That's why, like, I'm glad I actually involved in this kind of business and all that stuff lately. And then I understand what people go through, because when you are employed by someone, you don't really see all this craziness going on, because you employ for someone. If something happened, that someone will take care of, that someone going through the pain, not you. So as a small business owner, I knew, like, this really, the whole system is messed up. And then I felt like, I'm like, why not going back? I mean, I'm not going back to Africa. Okay, you all can say that, but I feel like just living in Africa or third world country is better lately, because we come here, right? A lot of people die on the sea or what, to get a better opportunity, to get safety. You get what I mean? People ask asylum to get safety, to be safe, because America is the only place you feel like we used to save. I get it. There is a racism, police, and the brutality, all that. But at the same time, this used to be the safest place to live, to be honest with you, from where I come from. But now it's not even safe. Like, literally, you just have to look your back every day, because somebody can come and rob you, the sake of rob you and then murder you.
Let me jump in. You're right. And everyone can have their reasons for why they vote, how they voted. If Donald Trump wins, which it looks like he will, it's going to be interesting to see all of the Black and brown and Latino people that voted for Trump. Especially, this is what kills me. You got the Republican Party having a convention and saying that Puerto Rico is a trash bin, and talking about minorities as if they're marginal or they're vermin. And if those same minorities then voted for the Republican Party, I don't know what to say, because I hear you when it comes to the economy. I get you. Economy, taxes, small businesses, I get that. But if the Democrats were looking out for the middle class and trying to do more of an earned income credit and a child tax credit, things of that nature, I just don't think that the general public was into the other parts of the Democratic Party that were being pushed. Not everyone is into all of the points that the Democratic Party was supporting. I'm just gonna say it like that, and without trying to, come against anybody, it's the truth, man. You've got people out there that's like, I'm not with certain things, and you just spoke on crime and protection in the economy, and even though you got one party that's going to supposedly bolster police, and police supposedly are going to have less and less restraints. They're like, hey, as long as my bread and milk and gas is cheaper, I'll deal with the rest on the other side. That's a decision to make. We're going to have to see how it plays out. I want to play something right quick, TG, because I'm past my 4 hours.
Okay.
Hold on. I want to just play this and see what they're saying.
To figure all that out.
With the campaign.
But right now, it looks like it's not affecting those Latino counties in Pennsylvania. I do want to get a check-in on how the collar counties are doing around Philadelphia. And we'll again, Biden's number, where Trump is, this is statewide. We're going to start in Chester County. Harris is underperforming, still about 15% of the vote left out there. Montgomery County here, again, underperforming. We come down here to Delco, 62%, 61%, almost about the same. But again, if you want to win Pennsylvania, you have to be at the same mark as Biden or higher. And then Philadelphia right now, this is not a great number for her. This is pretty bad. Again, 15% of the vote, more than 15% of the vote is still out there. So she could claw that back. And I don't want to forget Bucks County here. This is the big one tonight when we talk about the collar counties in Pennsylvania, because Democrats need to win this. They need to win all the collar counties. Biden at 51 in 2020. Tonight, Harris underwater at 48 and Trump up at 50.
Yes,
he may
he's not
possibly
performing
flip
as
Bucks
well as
County.
Biden.
75% of the vote is in.
Before I
Allie
go,
Jackson's the Bucks
TG.
County expert here, so I'll leave
Do
it to
you
her.
think
No,
but
no, correct me if I'm wrong. It was
Yeah.
a Biden
Kamala
County
Harris
in
being a
2016 as well,
woman.
right? By a slim margin.
It was. It was
Okay.
a Clinton
Was it
County.
that
I'm
many
sorry,
vote for
Democratic
her?
County, of course.
Do you
Yeah,
think
but this is
it
the
was
only
the
collar
fact that she
county.
was female?
Hallie, you're right. This is
People
the
were like,
only
I don't want a
collar
woman to
county.
lead me.
Republicans thought they had a chance and or
hear
could at
you,
least
TG.
claw back some of the vote, maybe peel back some of the
Hold
Democratic
on.
support.
Let me.
And tonight it looks like it's
Yeah, can you stop it because I can't hear because of that noise, the background.
My bad. I didn't realize. Cause see, when I muted it, I didn't realize I was still playing. All right, cool. So TG. So my question is, do you think that Kamala Harris being a woman stopped some people from voting for her? Like, just plain and simple. I don't want a woman leading me. I would rather a white man lead me versus a black woman lead me, or just a man lead me versus a woman lead me. Do you think that was a part of it? Because I suspect that might have been it for some people.
Yeah, I think for because a lot of people still old generation, right? Still they have the mentality of women supposed to be in certain places and stuff like that. So also, of course, that also affects. I think it has to be maybe 2050 or maybe after 20-30 years, even if we ever have a woman president. I feel like that because it's not going to happen very soon. You know what I mean? Because that's like it's about power. When it comes to power, women is like more away, like you just don't jump onto things, whatever. Man is like thinking like straight, right? So people have that mentality of like maybe she's not strong enough if we have a war, if we have this. So it's like it's not, they don't think it's like they don't think like she have capability of like
Mentally.
doing or making decision. They think
Right.
about her body,
Her emotions.
The woman, yeah, you see, like, when women go to war and men go to war, two different things, right? It's like
So
that's
check
how
this out.
people see it.
I hear you, and I want to jump in on that real quick. I'm a man.
Yep.
TG. I'm a man. I pride myself on not making emotional decisions. I pride myself on being logical and strong. At the same time, though, I'm sensitive. I'm married. I think about my mother. I think about my foster niece, rest in peace, when she was alive. I think about my, cousins. I think about my play sisters, right? I think about women in my life when I make decisions. I don't think that considering a woman's options makes me weak. And at the same time, I don't think that voting for a woman makes me weak. I don't.
No,
if you have
not.
if you have a woman that was a district attorney or an attorney general, forgive me for not remembering the exact title for Kamala, but I think she was the attorney general for the state of California. If you were the AG and you prosecuted crime and you were nominated vice president and you held that position for 4 years and you had a president that was cognitively compromised with dementia or Alzheimer's and you had to step in and do things, I don't see how voting for a woman makes us less than a nation or less than men or somehow handicapped. She's hella qualified. If she wasn't, she wouldn't be in a position. So this comes down to, hear me out, misogyny. And I'm going to say it. It comes down to, I don't want her leading me because she's emotional and she got a coochie. I'd rather have a man lead me because he's unemotional and he has testosterone, he has testicles, he has a penis. That's what this comes down to if you ask me to some people. Some people are just like, I just don't trust a woman to lead me. And you know what's the scariest part? Is that it's women that were against a woman. I know some personally. She's a whore. She's not this. She's not qualified. Well, I don't know how you get qualified, how you're not qualified when you were the vice president for 4 years. You were state's attorney general. Like, I don't understand it. But I was shocked that women wouldn't vote for a woman.
But let me say one thing, though, Dave. For me, she qualified 1,000,000%. But when it comes to foreigner affairs, having, especially for the United States, it's my opinion because I came from other world, right? Other world that still believe women is very down to the ground. Like in America, at least we have a place. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you.
So for her being a president to do foreigner affair, it's kind of also.
Hold on. But you would hear me out. But you would rather the candidate that gets cozy with Russia, allows Russia to interfere with elections, and praises our supposed enemy, Vladimir Putin. Hear me? No, just hear me out. Hear me out. So we're saying that we would go with a man because he's strong and he's this and he's that. When this man seems to be sucking up to the enemy in a major way. Like he seriously has a thing for Putin. But we would rather go with him versus trusting a woman. That's what I mean. It doesn't fully compute.
I'm not saying I'm not. That's not my opinion. That's a lot of people's opinion.
Right,
like,
I know that.
Even have a conversation, right? Because, like, when I had a conversation with my homies, like Africans, whatever, other people from India, whatever, right? When we talk, it's not even with Putin. It's with a lot of different countries. Like, let's say if you go to want to do some diplomatic whatever with India, diplomatic with some, I'm just giving you like some, it's only America. Like, I can tell America and some European countries, like Europe mostly, have the women right. Not other nation really have a woman right that much. Even it seems like it, but it's not. It's still these days. You know what I mean? I mean, in Ethiopia, for example, our president is Ethiopian woman. Like, she's a woman, the president right now. But she doesn't make a decision. The prime minister make a decision. The prime minister create war. The prime minister do all that stuff. She just there for the protocol. And then if you ask me, there never been a prime minister of like a woman prime minister.
Hold on, TG.
You know what I mean?
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt. They're just saying that they declaring Trump the winner. They're declaring it. They're calling it.
ABC News has projected that Republicans will take control of the Senate after claiming 2 seats. Let's take a look at some of the races, though, that we're still watching. Let's start in Pennsylvania. Senator Bob Casey looking for his 4th term in the Senate. This race too close to call. His challenger is McCormick, and let's look. You can see right there, 51-41 so far. So there you have Senator Bob Casey trying to fend off a challenge from Dave McCormick. Let's go to Wisconsin now. Tammy Baldwin looking for another term in the Senate. She is getting a real run for her money from real estate and CEO executive Eric Hovde. Let's go over to Nevada now. Jackie Rosen. A couple of months ago, it looked like this was going to be safe for her. This race now too close to call as she is trying to fend off a challenge from Sam Brown. Let's go to Michigan now, this open seat, Alyssa Slotkin and Mike Rogers fighting for this Senate seat in the great state of Michigan as we wait for a call at the top of the ticket in that state.
So we already know that the Senate is in Republican hands, and now where the question is of the margins, and the remaining incumbents holding on to Democratic seats have always been on defense there, but those are very tight races, and in the case of Nevada, tighter than I think was expected.
Way tighter than expected in Nevada, and quite frankly, in Michigan, in Wisconsin. All of these races have gotten much tighter in these recent weeks. But look, if former President Donald Trump does, in fact, win the White House, having a Republican Senate undoubtedly would pave the way for him to clear at least part of his agenda potentially more easily. Now, of course, he might be dealing with the Democratic House.
And I'll tell you, the Republican
So-
Republican Senate source, they're feeling pretty darn good.
So the Republicans are claiming victory, and it looks like Trump is going to speak soon. So I'm going to stay on for that.
Yeah. We are about to pick a cotton for next 4 years. If all the Republicans like win the Senate, and then oh man, like why man?
I mean, look, look. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna leave it here. America is scared right now for anything other than a white man to lead. Now, a black man led for 8 years, but that's because we were so sick of the white man before him, Bush. We didn't want to bring in another Republican. We were tired of the Republican policy, so we went with Democrat, and we went with Obama. We didn't want John McCain. We did it for 8 years. And then we thought that, okay, Biden was in there. We're going to get Biden in. Trump won. Well, Clinton. We thought Clinton was going to win and get in. Trump won. And then Trump did a lot with the economy. He did a lot. He said a lot of crazy shit. Right? But he led for 4 years. We got so sick of Trump. We said, I don't want that white man. Give me the older white man, Biden. So we went from grab her by the pussy to he's a good man, y'all. Joe's a good man. So now we went with the good white man. We do that. He gets too old. The Democratic Party says, I don't want to have a new primary and pick a new quarterback. I'm going to go with my backup, the black woman that the good white man picked. We do that. We go with her. And America says, I don't want a woman. Give me the crazy white man that I just ousted 4 years ago. Give me him. The one that said grab her by the pussy. The one that did all, I'm going to go with him because I don't want a woman. This comes down to America don't want to be led by a woman. And it's a damn shame. It's a damn shame because you got the Republican Party that says you don't have a right to pick whether or not you should have an abortion or not. It's against the law. We're going to send it back to the states. The federal government, they reversed Roe versus Wade, which was a right. Right? So check this out. Check this out. And I'm off my high horse. They reversed women's rights. And women seem to still vote for them. What are we doing? What are we doing? If that's the case, I don't know what to say, man.
You know,
I don't know what to say. Hold on. And one last thing, and I'm going to let you talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Black people are like, oh, y'all are afraid that the Republicans are going to do this racist thing and da 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 da. It's over the top. I hope it is over the top because I would hate for them to repeal Roe versus Wade. I would hate for them to repeal other civil liberties that affects not just black people, not just LGBTQ plus, but then women and everybody else. I would hate for them to start repealing things. And then you're like, oh my God, you know, my child can't do this and I can't do that. Well, we put these jokers in power. So I just think that America ain't ready. America ain't ready. They act like they're ready. They act like they're ready for change. They act like they're ready for the most qualified candidate. That ain't true. They want the most qualified white male candidate. Because if you don't fit the bill, even women in America and black people in America are like, you don't fit the stereotype. So guess what? I don't want you. I'm going to go back to what I know is safe. At least I know how the racist, misogynist white man is going to treat me. At least I know, because they're not lying to me. That's some bullshit.
You
Personally,
know, there's a saying. It's like in my language, it's better to choose the devil you know and the angel you don't know. So that's maybe
the devil you know versus the angel you don't know, or the devil you know versus the devil you don't know. Yeah,
yeah. So it's a type of thing. That's what people choose. But yeah, I think you have like 100% truth on everything, but at the same time, also from a lot of people, even from women perspective, I think as a woman, when it comes to abortion, like the only thing it concerns me, women who get raped or going through some really like a situation that she don't want the kid, but she get forced, that kind of hurtful. But at the same time, it's also people need to take responsibility in the other side. You can't just get pregnant and then sleep with someone and know the consequence, and then because you have the right and then you just have to do that. I am like,
but that's a moral issue, TG. Like look, that's a moral issue. I can't make you not abuse the system. Welfare, Social Security, abortion rights. I can't make you do right. But that doesn't mean that the people that need the support or the people that need the right, I should take it from them. Because you're going to always have people that abuse the system. Always.
Yeah.
Welfare ain't bad. You know, public assistance isn't bad. Food stamps isn't bad. It's people that abuse the system that are bad. The system itself isn't bad or good. It's just a system.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to be quiet.
When it comes to abortion, to be honest with you, it's man and women, because man also knows women can go abort, right? So they force, and instead of, because when you sleep with a woman, right, you have the power to protect both of you, right, as a man.
Right.
So it's also gets to the point where those responsible men need to think now from now on what they're doing when those kind of laws passing. That's like, as I said, for the woman who's in a situation where as I say, going through like rape, all that, I literally understand this shouldn't be that. But at the same time, this law also help people to realize what's their responsibility, because you can just sleep with someone and come inside someone and then make them pregnant and then tell them to go and do abortion. You get what I mean? Yes, you have a choice, but you don't want to take responsibility. And most men, knowing that, still when the woman stand up and say, I'm not going to, commit crime, or I'm not, because as a mother, I know whatever the moment the baby create as a human, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter, because it doesn't have the power. It doesn't mean you have to kill it. You know what I mean?
But I want to say something.
Yeah.
She didn't have to open her legs.
Exactly my point. That's why I say both of us need to take responsibility. The man and the woman. Both of us.
I hear you. The man and the woman should take responsibility. I agree. But when it comes down to it, don't open your legs if you don't want to get pregnant. And I'm just saying. So if you put the responsibility on the woman to say, I'm going to not open my legs, then you ain't got to worry about an abortion law. Because if people are doing morally right, you ain't got to worry about fixing it on the back end. Because morally, the woman is already saying, I'm not sleeping with you because you ain't my husband. I'm not going to do it. But that's not what's happening in society. People doing whatever they want.
Yeah.
And then they want the ability to fix it, both men and women.
Yeah.
It's the truth.
No, it is, but at the same time, sometimes like I talk to a lot of women, whatever, right? When you are in a relationship, whatever, the man is be like, he's going to be there, whatever. There's a lot of irresponsible men out here, right? So they be sleeping with you and they make it look like comfortable. They will be there for you. As soon as you're pregnant, they're like, oh, I'm not ready, go abort it. You know what I mean?
They be lying. Yeah, they be taking advantage.
So I'm telling you, like it's out here. So for those kind of people, I think this is a good punishment, because now the woman cannot go do abortion. So you gotta stop. You need to use condoms.
You didn't want to do right, so now you got to deal with Trump.
Or you gotta get using condom and protecting yourself if you're not ready to be a father, or you're gonna be a father. Like either way, you're gonna be responsible, or you're gonna. So it's a lot, to be honest with you, when you think about certain things. Also, of course, from God perspective, whatever, we all believe in that, like committing those innocent children, like we all do something at some point in life, but at the same time, because we have the power, we shouldn't have to do that all the time. You know what I mean? So I'm
what's funny? Did you hear about the senator in North Carolina, the black senator?
No.
The black Republican senator in North Carolina that had put comments on porn sites about transgender women and being interested in transgender women years ago. Now he's running for senator or whatever. I think senator. They found his comments from like 15 years ago. I was like, oh, you're Republican and you're Christian, but you like trannies, because we found out your stuff from 10 years ago. He lost.
Wow.
Yeah, he did not win. And even though North Carolina went to Trump, Republican, his Republican behind lost. The Democrats won in his district. He's like, nah. So all I'm saying is this. We can claim that a certain party is more righteous, or a certain party is more demonic, or a certain party is more evil, or they're all human beings. And it comes down to policy and whether you agree with the policy or not. And like you said, I can't front. The economy is big, TG.
It's bad.
I want the gas price to go down. I want the price of food to go down. But again, I don't know if that's all Biden and Harris's fault. I don't know if some of it was the pandemic and Trump. I'm not sure. I haven't dug in that deep, and some people feel how they feel. I got that part. I couldn't deal with some of the other, like that whole Republican Party convention that seemed like a Nazi convention from 1939, where they called Puerto Rico trash, and they talked about immigrants, and they talked about blacks. Oh yeah, we're probably eating watermelon and blah blah blah. Yo, that kind of bullshit, I can't do it. I can't deal with that. I don't care what tax cuts you giving me. I can't deal with the racist rhetoric. And some people don't care because they're like, oh, the Democrats are racist too, and whatever, man. That's what I can't do. But
I mean, everyone is like, we always think when they say Democrat is a foreigner. In our head, we already actually, build that up. Democrat is black. Democrat is most of the Democrat too. It's like white man is leading, you know what I mean, at the end of the day. But one thing though, I will tell you that, like Trump saying all this stuff, like he used to say, like Africa is a whole shit country, right?
Oh, hold up. They're saying Trump is the projected winner. Trump is the projected winner of Pennsylvania, which is a swing state. If he wins Pennsylvania, it's a wrap.
Made for the duration of her 107-day campaign, which was that if Donald Trump gets back into office, her argument was that he would be potentially more dangerous in the first term, she said, because the people who acted as a check around him will be gone. And I think that's what we're talking about here. Who will be around him? Who will be those voices in his ear? Clearly, that is an argument that did not resonate with voters in Georgia. It did not resonate with voters in North Carolina. It did not resonate with the Latino voters that we've been talking about, et cetera. But that is the case that she had been making and was trying to make, bringing up these cabinet officials, other Republicans, people who had previously been allied with him that chose to break apart.
Did he win a mandate?
Listen, the House, the Senate is Republican now. He is on the precipice of potentially winning. Again, we have not called it, but winning Pennsylvania, which would be essentially ball game.
And potentially the popular vote as well.
Which for the first time, he's never had that before, right? And we don't even know, could this be a sweep of the battlegrounds? That's a huge question mark too. So listen, he has been very clear about his policies, the things he wants to put in place. We talked about tariffs. If he has a Republican House and Senate, suddenly, perhaps that makes it easier to find the money that he will need, the enormous amount of money to carry out those measures.
All right, so TG, this is super important, and I'm going to call it a night. it looks like the Republicans are going to win the House and possibly the Senate too. If they win the House, the Senate, and the executive branch, the presidency, then the Republicans can do whatever the hell they want for the next 4 years, or at least the next 2.
Yeah. Well,
It's
I
going to be
think
crazy.
it's gonna be crazy, but it's gonna be a shit show. But like, we're just gonna sit and look what's going on. You know what I mean? Because sometimes there is a saying, like, before it clear up. I mean, before the storm. What is the saying, right?
The calm before the storm. The calm before the storm.
Exactly. So we have to go through whatever, and then even for America to realize really if this is good for the Republican, good for the economies, for whatever situation, for safety, whatever. So we'll see, whoever wins now, really. I mean, yeah, everyone has their own. I didn't vote, so I can say I'm for Trump, or I can say I'm for Kamala. I'm just pointing my my view when it comes to certain things I experience myself. But let's see how it goes.
TG, you part of the problem.
Why?
Because you didn't vote.
Well, look, Kylie is already winning.
Turn your light on. I can't see you. Turn your light on. I can't see you. Turn your light on.
I said Kylie's. Oh, give me 1 second. Kylie's already winning. So what's the point me voting?
I feel you. I'm just giving you crap. I'm giving you crap.
I'm glad I didn't even miss my money, because I gotta feed my baby.
Right.
The politician is like, they're already elite.
You know what? Okay. So this is what I'm gonna do next time. I'm going to go online sooner. Believe it or not, TG, this is the second presidential election that I've covered on DaveLifeTV. I'm proud of myself.
Yeah, you did an amazing job. Update everything.
I'm proud of myself to have a platform that after 4 or 5 years I could still go and cover and people will watch. So I'm proud of myself. Now, thank you. Having said that, TG, you know what? I mean, I would encourage a voter like you that has a job, a business owner, you don't want to miss out on your money. I would encourage you to vote early. And that's what I'm going to do. Next time, I'm going to push people to vote early so that they can get out and not miss work. You know what I'm saying? So that's number 1. Number 2, look, I really thought the country was sick of Donald Trump. I did. I thought the country was over Donald Trump. We'll never go back. I am shocked that the country has gone, just as shocked as I was when he won in 2016. I'm shocked that he won again in 2024. I'm shocked. I didn't expect this. I thought that the country was tired of Donald. And just hear me out. Some people say, oh, that means you're going for, this and that. Not necessarily. Sometimes you don't agree with everything the current administration does, but you just disagree more with what the old one is about to try to do again. But we didn't give this group the power. They're going to get the Senate. They're going to get the House, potentially. They're going to get the executive branch, which is the president. They already got the judges in their pocket in the Supreme Court. So whatever the hell they want to do, it's on us because we put them in there.
Yeah. I think it would be fine, because I feel like one thing about Republican, even though they racist, right? They hate immigrant, whatever, they take care of their people. The one thing I felt like when Republican was here and back in the day, go back, the economy was great most of the time. You know what I mean? Except the 2008, whatever, when the economy crashed.
Yeah,
but all those people have food, people.
But they allow crack. But they allow crack to hit the black communities. They allow crack to come through and hit the black communities.
True, because that's a control. You see, that's a control way. They can control you if they don't do that. You see it only, of course, we black. We see it only from black people perspective, or I'm a foreigner from the foreigner perspective. But if you go with percentage, 41% in America, 41% something is white, right? And
no, it's more like 51%. 51%.
Now 51. Okay, long time ago when I read something, it was 41, whatever, right? 20 something is black, right? Then Latino. So
okay, wait, hold on, let me jump in. So today I saw something that said 13% black, 20% Latino, 50% white.
Okay, 50%.
That's what I heard today.
They go up. Imagine. So that we are like literally, that's why they call us minority. We're really minority.
But let me ask you this. You really think America is 50% white with as many babies as Black and Latinos have?
I don't know.
Really think
I'm still confused about that.
I'm gonna tell you what it is. And then I'm gonna go. And I'm gonna say this in a language that we can understand in the streets. Niggas ain't taking the census. Niggas are not reporting the numbers. Okay. Niggas are like, no, I'm not filling that out. I'm not doing that. So the numbers are skewed. It's more of us than we think.
Yeah, probably. So they just need to take care of their people. But when they take care of their people, at least we get the crumb. Okay, we might not get the full plate. We might not get like a good like bite, right? We get the crumbs. So that's at the end of the day, that's why we can't even get a crumb, because it's been like a shit show. You know what I mean? The whole thing is like.
And this is the wild part. We can't get a crumb off the table, but we're gonna vote for the party that still wants to take the little bit that we have. They want to take that away from us. I don't understand Black folks in America. I don't. I really don't.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Believe, but
I don't get it.
It just how politics is at the end of the day. Oh, there's this propaganda. This is brainwash. The elite is actually living it up because of ours. We the one who vote. We the one. Like, I mean, I haven't voted this time, but usually, the middle class, the little people vote because we want to change. But the elite one is profit from that. You get my point, right? So it's all about propaganda anyway, Dave. Yeah, you
She was underperforming Biden in those.
Yeah, I don't see. You know what, TG? I'm gonna call it a night. It's been a long night. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get off. Listen, I was supposed to go 2 hours and end it. I went 4 hours and 45 minutes, almost 5 hours. I'm gonna post this live on YouTube. I'm gonna tell everybody watching, come to YouTube. I know you guys are on Instagram. I know all of that. Come to YouTube. Join and follow and subscribe. Are you subscribed to my YouTube?
Yeah.
All right. I hope you are.
Go look at me. Go look at me.
I hope you are.
Dave, I did.
I know you did. Hey,
I did a long time ago.
How is everything back home in Ethiopia? Is everything okay? Are they still having a conflict?
They do have conflict. Whatever, I stopped involving because you remember I lost my IG. I lost so many things. Yeah. African politics actually is horrible. So I decided not to involve myself in somewhere I shouldn't, because it was a wrong move at the time. You get emotional, whatever. But I learned my lesson in a big time. That's why I'm like, now I'm just laughing on the whole, even here, election voting, when people is fighting. When you say, oh, I'm voting for Donald Trump. If you say that, they'd be like, what? You horrible person. And then if you say, I'm voting for Harris, oh, you really? You voted? Like, people are like, don't even give you like the opportunity and option that you choose what's good for you.
Right, what's good for you. You're right, TG, and let's close it on that note. I think that there are good people that are Republican. I think there are good people that are Democrat. I think there are good people that are independent. And I'm being honest, right? The reason I tried to do this show tonight and try to be fair and not point everybody to Kamala, even though I voted for Kamala, the reason I tried to be in the middle is because I understand that people have reasons for why they vote. They have reasons. I wanted people to get online and talk about their reasons. I wanted to share the results. I'm glad you joined me and shared your reasons and shared your ideas as a woman, as an African woman, and as a African American at this point, because you live in America.
When I check, I'm African American. African who comes in America like recently.
It is. So TG, look, I'm gonna let you rock out. I know it's late, and I know you're a business owner, and it's late in Los Angeles. Thank you for joining, TG. Join the show more often. I appreciate you.
I'll come by sometime. Yeah, I've just been busy with business and stuff, but we'll talk. I'll come in. Okay.
Absolutely. And my Destiny, she will be here before Christmas. She'll be here.
You guys should pull up.
Yeah, we're gonna pull up. She's gonna be here before Christmas, so we'll pull up. All right.
I'll see you guys. Bye.
All right. Thanks, TG. All right. That's my homegirl, Titi Minaj. Business owner, immigrant, Ethiopian, African, and by way of living here and being a citizen, now African American. Okay. Let's see if there's anything that's being said right now before I go.
Blue County she needed to win. I was signaling these events.
Does hit 270 electoral votes. He would be the oldest president ever elected. He would actually beat now President Biden by about 143 days. So he would make history in that setting as well. That is not something he prefers to talk about.
Well, okay, so he's older than Biden at this point. Yo, man, America's funny. Excuse me. America's funny. Y'all say y'all want to change. Y'all ain't want to change. Y'all ain't want to change. America didn't want to change. America still want the old white guy with the conservative values to run the country. And that's okay. And America is afraid of a woman being in charge. I'm going to tell you that right now. Congratulations to everybody that thought that a woman wasn't qualified. You won. You won. You won. Now let's see what happens when we let an old white man with old white man values and a system behind him that may want to destroy what we got going in democracy. Let's see what happens. We didn't want a woman to win, so we wanted the old white guy to win. We ain't ready. So I'm gonna leave it there, man. Hope you guys enjoyed the night. It's Dave Life. I'm going to go and relax and calm down and get prepared for whoever the president is, because as a Christian, as a believer, I pray for my leaders and I support my leaders, even if I don't agree with them grabbing women by the pussy. That's a fact. It's Dave Life, man. I'll let y'all tomorrow.